Welcome back to Potter Read, the channel where we tear back the curtain on Albus Dumbledore and ask the questions the official histories never let you near. Today's story is one of the most consequential what-ifs in the canon. What if Harry's inheritance detector at age 5 exposed Dumbledore had been siphoning Potter magic for over a decade? Buckle in for Goblin reckoning, courtroom fire, restored magic, and a little green-eyed boy who, given his power back, learns to keep what is his. If you enjoy this story, smash that like, subscribe to Potter Read, and drop a comment telling us which of Dumbledore's 11 bindings made you angriest. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Letter That Should Not Have Come. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, and on the morning of August 14, 1985, it contained one bruised 5-year-old boy, 2 spiders he had named, and a single broken toy soldier with no head. Harry Potter sat with his knees pulled up and a thin blanket bunched around his shoulders. The blanket was Dudley's old one. Everything in the cupboard had been Dudley's, which meant everything had been wrong before it ever became Harry's: too big, too small, too torn, too gray. He listened to the kitchen above him. Aunt Petunia's slippers slapped over the linoleum. A spoon clinked against porcelain. Dudley shrieked because his cereal had the wrong shape, and Vernon's chair scraped, and Vernon's voice rumbled the kind of soothing nonsense that meant, in this house, that someone else was about to be punished. Harry had learned, by 5, that mornings in this house ran on a schedule of small disasters, and that he was the broom they used to sweep them up. He had also learned, by 5, the shape of the bruise his ribs made when he pressed his palm to them. He had a yellow one along the left side, fading. A purple one across the bottom of his back, fresh from Sunday. A scab on his lip from Monday. He took inventory the way other children took inventory of their toys. It was important to know what you had. It was more important to know what hurt. The cupboard door opened. Petunia stared down at him. Her face had the pinched look it always wore when she had to acknowledge that he existed. Out. The bins. Then weed the marigolds. Don't speak to anyone. Harry slipped past her without touching her. He had learned that too. The garden was hot and bright. He worked among the marigolds with his small hands stained orange from the petals. He did not hum. He did not talk to himself. Once he had hummed and Vernon had heard him through the open kitchen window, and the next 4 nights had been very long and very dark. Across the road, Mrs. Number 7's curtains twitched and settled. Number 6's cat, an old black Tom called Mr. Tibbles, sat on the wall and watched Harry with yellow patient eyes. Mr. Tibbles came to the wall every day, and Harry liked him in a quiet way he did not put into words. He pulled a yellow weed from between 2 marigolds and laid it on the grass. He pulled another. The dirt was warm. The sun pressed through the back of his thin t-shirt and his shoulders were already starting to burn, but he did not stop, because stopping was the kind of thing Petunia noticed through the window, and a noticed Harry was a punished Harry. Sometimes, kneeling like this with his hands in the soil, he could feel something move at the very bottom of him, like a fish under ice. He did not know what it was. He thought, dimly, that everyone had a fish under ice. The fish was tired today. It was tired most days. Some days it felt almost not there, like the ice had gone all the way down, and on those days he was so heavy and slow that even Petunia's pinched face seemed to swim in front of him. The strangeness arrived, when it arrived, without preamble. A man stepped out from between the rose bushes that should not have been able to hide a man. He was short, no taller than Harry, with skin the color of weathered iron and eyes that were entirely black. His coat was very fine, slate gray with silver thread at the seams. He wore boots that did not crease. The sound of him was wrong, the air seemed to bend around him like heat above a road. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Mr. Tibbles, on the wall, made a low considering sound that was not quite a meow and not quite anything else. "Heir Potter," the small man said. His voice was deep for a body so compact, and his teeth, when he opened his mouth, were many and pointed. Harry did not run. 5-year-olds know two things very well, when a thing wants to harm them, and when a thing does not. The small man did not. "My name is Graybar," he said, and bent forward at the waist with a precision that turned the gesture into something weightier than a bow. "I am a courier of the Bank of Gringotts, of the Goblin Nation under the Treaty of Concordance. I have come because your magic called us." Harry did not understand the words. He understood the small man was not lying. He pressed his orange-stained fingers into the dirt and held very still. "I'm not allowed to talk to people," he whispered. Graybar's mouth did something that was not quite a smile. "I am not people." The kitchen window banged open behind Harry. Vernon's red face appeared above the sill, and his eyes found the small man, and his color went from red to a red that was nearly purple. "You," Vernon shouted. "You! Off my property!" Graybar did not turn. He did not look at Vernon. He took a step closer to Harry instead, and from inside his coat he drew a folded square of parchment sealed with a disc of black wax. He held it out. "This is for you, Heir Potter. By blood and by bone. By right and by writ. A summons." The wax disc had a stamped picture on it, a hammer crossed over a key. Harry looked at it and felt something he had no word for, a small bright pull behind his sternum, as if a thread he had not known was attached to him had been gently tugged. The fish under the ice flicked its tail. He took the parchment. The kitchen door slammed open and Vernon came down the back step with his arms spread wide, the way large men do when they are trying to make themselves larger. "I set off my property. Get away from him. Petunia, call the police, call the police." Graybar finally turned his head. His black eyes settled on Vernon, and Vernon stopped walking. He did not stop because Graybar did anything visible. He stopped because Graybar's attention was a weight, and a man who is not used to being looked at like that learns very quickly what it feels like to be measured. "Mr. Dursley," Graybar said. He pronounced the name with great care, as though laying it down on a clean surface to be examined. "You are the legal guardian of this child." Yes. Yes, I am." "So you are listed in our records as receiving a stipend of 100 galleons per month for his care." Vernon's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. "I don't know what kind of nonsense you're curious," Graybar said. "Because Heir Potter does not appear to have eaten a hot meal this week." Vernon's color went past purple. He took another step forward, and as he did the rose bushes Graybar had walked from rustled and parted, and a second goblin came out of them. This one was taller than Graybar by half a foot, broader across the shoulders, and wearing a leather harness with 3 knives on it and a 4th knife in his hand, which was very long and very thin and held not at the throat but at the wrist, which meant the holder knew things about wrists. "Wardmaster Scarn," Graybar said. Mr. Dursley was about to remember his manners. Scarn said nothing. He did not need to. Vernon stopped. Petunia appeared at the kitchen door with the telephone in her hand, the cord trailing behind her like a small gray tail. She saw Scarn. She saw the knife. She saw the way her husband had gone very still in the middle of the lawn. The telephone slid out of her hand and clattered on the step. "Heir Potter," Graybar said, without taking his eyes from Vernon. "Open the parchment." Harry's small fingers fumbled at the wax. It came away clean, in one piece, and folded itself neatly into his palm as though it knew where to go. The parchment unrolled on its own, and on it, in ink that moved as though wet, was a single sentence: "The Bank of Gringotts, on the authority of the Goblin Nation, hereby summons heir Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980, to answer a ward-detector alarm raised by Potter family magic in the matter of the unauthorized extraction of said magic over a period not less than 4 years." Harry read it. He could not have said how he read it. He had not yet been to a school and he did not yet know all his letters, and yet the words went into his head fully formed, as though they had been waiting for him. The small bright pull behind his sternum tightened. "What does it mean?" he asked. He had meant to whisper. It came out steadier than that. "It means," Graybar said, "that someone has been stealing from you, child. And we have come to put a stop to it." Vernon found his voice. "He's not going anywhere with you." "He's, Mr. Dursley," Graybar said. "Be silent or be silenced. The choice is yours." Vernon was silent. Graybar turned at last to Harry and went down on one knee, which put their faces level. His black eyes, this close, were not entirely black. There were threads of gold in them, very fine, like the gold thread on his coat. "Heir Potter. Do you wish to come with us?" Harry thought about the cupboard. He thought about the broken toy soldier. He thought about Dudley's fist and Petunia's pinched mouth and the long grey nights in the cramped dark. He thought about a thread he had not known was attached to him being tugged. He thought, also, of Mr. Tibbles on the wall, who had watched him every day for as long as he could remember, and who had not moved during any of this, and who was now blinking at him with slow yellow patience, as though he had been waiting too. "Yes," Harry said. "Hold my hand." He held it. The world folded, the way a piece of paper folds when a clever hand creases it down the middle, and the lawn at number 4 was gone. Behind them, on the wall, Mr. Tibbles stood up, stretched, and dissolved into a pale blur that was not a cat at all, which Vernon Dursley would not remember even when the Goblin auditors asked him about it under oath 3 weeks later. He had expected something violent. The folding had not been violent. It had been soft, almost careful, like being scooped up rather than thrown. He landed on a polished floor and did not fall. He blinked. He was in a room that was very tall. The ceiling was so high he could not properly see the top of it, and the walls were panels of dark stone shot through with veins of something that glittered, and standing along the walls were tall fluted columns carved with figures of goblins at war. Light came from braziers that did not smoke. The air smelled like cold metal and old paper and faintly of something animal, like a forge that had been used by someone who lived there. Graybar was already several steps away, walking, expecting him to follow. Scarn had not come through. There were other goblins in the room, 2 seated at a long bench writing in ledgers and 1 standing by a door with a hammer at his belt that was nearly as long as Harry's arm. "Hurry, Heir Potter." Harry hurried. The door at the end of the hall opened before they reached it. Beyond it was another hall, wider than the first, and beyond that hall, what felt like miles of stone tunnels and cunningly carved arches, and beyond those, a pair of vast bronze doors that stood already open, and beyond those, Gringotts. He did not know the name yet, but he stepped into the great public hall of the Bank of Gringotts and stopped, because no 5-year-old can walk and stare at the same time when the staring is that big. The hall stretched away from him in both directions, lined with high desks behind which goblins worked at their books. Witches and wizards moved in clusters between the desks, dressed in robes of color and cut Harry had never seen, and none of them looked at him, because Graybar had drawn out a small black token from his coat and turned it once in his fingers, and Harry felt rather than saw, a soft attention slide off him, the way a hand slides off a wet pane of glass. "They will not see you," Graybar said quietly. "Not until we wish them to. Walk with me." They walked. Graybar led him along the far wall, through a small door that had not been visible until they reached it, down a narrow stair, along a corridor lit by floating blue flame in iron cups, and at the end of the corridor was an oak door black with age and bound in 3 iron bands. The door opened. The room beyond it was small and warm, paneled in the same dark stone, with a heavy desk and 3 high-backed chairs and a single tall window through which Harry could see, impossibly, a forest. Not London. A forest. With pines. A goblin sat behind the desk. He was very old. The skin at his temples was nearly translucent, and his teeth had been capped in silver in 2 places, and his eyes were the gold thread eyes of his clan, but lighter, the way a coin in sunlight is lighter than a coin in shade. He wore a robe the color of rust, and a chain at his throat with a single black stone in it. He stood, when they came in. That was the first surprise. Goblins, Harry would later learn, did not stand for many people, and almost never for a child. "Heir Potter," the old goblin said. "I am Sharptooth, of the Iron Vein clan. I have been the account manager of the Potter family for 37 years. I knew your father. I knew his father. I did not know that you were starving." Harry did not know what to do with that sentence. Sharptooth seemed to understand. He came around the desk and crouched, in the same precise way Graybar had crouched, until their faces were level. Up close, his old skin smelled faintly of ink and beeswax. "Sit," he said, indicating the chair beside the window. "Eat." A small table had appeared beside the chair. There was a bowl of something thick and brown on it, a piece of dark bread, a wedge of pale cheese, and a cup of milk so cold it had a wet sheen on the outside. Harry's stomach made a sound that surprised him. He climbed into the chair. He did not pick up the bread immediately. He looked at Sharptooth. He looked at Graybar. He looked at the bowl. Is it for me?" "All of it," Sharptooth said. "Every spoon. We will speak after." He picked up the spoon. He ate slowly at first, because his stomach had grown small from days of crusts and water, and then less slowly, because his body remembered, before his mind did, what eating was for. The brown thing in the bowl was a stew of some kind. There was meat in it that he did not recognize and roots he did not recognize and something dark and fragrant that he would later learn was a goblin spice they did not export. He finished the bowl. He finished the bread. He drank the milk in 3 long pulls and set the cup down with a soft thump. Sharptooth nodded once. "Better. Thank you. You will not thank me yet, Heir Potter. You may, before the night is out, throw something at my head. I will allow it once." Harry stared at him. Sharptooth's face did not move, but the old gold thread eyes had a glint in them, and Harry understood with the clean intuition of small children that this was a kind of joke, and that the goblin was a kind of person who made jokes, and that he was being treated, here, in this small warm room, like a person himself. Something in his chest did a thing he did not expect. It loosened, and then it tightened, and then it loosened again, and his eyes burned, and he did not cry because crying was not something he was allowed to do, but his hands shook on the cup, and Sharptooth saw the shake, and Sharptooth pretended not to see it, which was the kindest thing anyone had done for him in a long time. "Heir Potter," Sharptooth said, after a measured pause. "I must ask you some questions. They will be uncomfortable. You may say I do not want to answer at any time. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Have you been hurt by your aunt or uncle or cousin?" "Yes." "In what ways?" "They hit me. They lock me up. They don't give me food sometimes." "For how long?" "Always." Sharptooth's hands, on his knees, did not change position, but the air in the small warm room grew colder by a degree. Graybar, by the door, made a sound in the back of his throat. "Heir Potter," Sharptooth said, in a voice that was very precisely level. "Have you ever, in any conscious memory you possess, made strange things happen?" Harry's breath caught. The Dursleys had a word for that, and the word was bad, and he had been beaten for the word. "It's all right," Sharptooth said. "Truth is owed in this room. By me to you, and by you to me. You will not be punished for the truth. I swear it on iron and ink. Sometimes. My hair grows back when she cuts it. Once I was on the roof of the school and I didn't know how. Once Dudley was hitting me and his hand went funny. It went sort of soft, like it wasn't a hand. He cried for a long time." "Magic," Sharptooth said. "What you describe is magic, child. You are a wizard. So was your father. So was your mother. So were your father's father and your mother's grandmother and many before them. Magic is in your blood." The word slid into Harry like a key sliding into a lock. He had felt the lock there for as long as he had been able to feel anything. He had not known what shape of key would fit it. He did not say anything for a long moment. Sharptooth did not hurry him. "Magic is real," Harry said eventually. He was not asking. "Magic is real. And it's mine. It is yours. By right of birth. By law of blood. By the oldest courts that exist." Sharptooth paused. "And someone has been stealing it." Harry's small hands closed slowly on the arms of the chair. "Who?" "That," Sharptooth said, "is what we have brought you here to confirm. We have suspicions. We do not yet have proof to a degree that will satisfy the courts. To get that proof we must perform a ritual called an inheritance detector. It will not hurt you. It will, in fact, do the opposite. We will ask the magic in your blood to show us every thread that should be there and every thread that should not. Every claim on you. Every theft. Every gift. Every binding. If someone has been pulling magic out of you, the detector will name them. Do you understand?" "I think so." "You are 5 years old, Heir Potter. You should not be sitting in this chair. You should be sitting on the floor of a nursery with a bowl of strawberries and someone's lap to lean into. The world has wronged you. We will not pretend otherwise. But we will, before the next sun comes up, begin to set part of it right." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "All right," he said. Sharptooth stood. He crossed the room and opened the iron-banded door and gestured to 2 goblins who had been waiting in the corridor. They came in carrying, between them, a low circular stone basin, and a sheet of black slate, and a small leather case that looked older than the bank itself. The basin was the size of a soup pot. It was carved from a single piece of blue-black stone that did not reflect light the way the rest of the room did. The stone seemed to drink light instead. Around the rim of the basin ran a band of runes that Harry did not know, but the runes moved in his peripheral vision, the way something tries to move when you are not looking at it directly. "The detector," Sharptooth said, "is older than your family. It is older than this bank. It is older than the wand makers and the wand takers. It will know the truth of you, child, if you let it." "I'll let it," Harry said. "Then come and stand in the basin. Bare your feet. The stone will be cold for a moment and then it will not." Harry climbed down from the chair. He took off his shoes. They were Dudley's shoes, 2 sizes too big, with the toes packed with newspaper, and he stepped into the basin, and the stone was cold, the way Sharptooth had said, and then it was not. It was warm. It was warm the way a hand is warm, and Harry had to stop himself from sitting down in it the way he would have sat in a warm hand. The goblin set the slate at the edge of the basin and laid the leather case open. Inside it were 3 carved bone needles, a small phial of something that looked like silver dust mixed with a dark fluid, and a single thin chain of woven copper. 3 drops of blood, Sharptooth said, and held up a needle. "From the pad of your thumb." "May I?" Harry held out his hand. The pinprick was small. The blood that came was bright and hot. Sharptooth caught 3 drops on the slate. He spoke a word that was not a word, that was a syllable made of metal, and the blood spread on the slate not into a stain but into a shape, and the shape resolved itself into letters, and the letters formed a list, and the list was very long. Sharptooth read the list. He read it twice. He read it a 3rd time. The room had not been silent. There had been the distant sound of the bank above them, and the small sound of the iron braziers, and the faint hum of the ward that kept the door shut. All of those sounds were still there. But Sharptooth had stopped breathing, and Graybar at the door had stopped breathing, and the 2 goblins who had carried the basin had stopped breathing, and the stillness of all those held breaths was its own enormous sound. "Sharptooth?" Harry said. The old goblin looked up. His gold-thread eyes had gone hard, and behind the hardness was something old and very dangerous, and Harry understood, with the same intuition that had told him the goblin in the rose bushes did not want to harm him, that this look was not for him. "Heir Potter," Sharptooth said, very softly. "How would you like to learn the name of the man who has been eating your magic for the last 4 years?" Harry's small hands closed again on nothing. "Tell me." "His name," Sharptooth said, "is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He is the most powerful wizard in Britain. He is the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation, the headmaster of Hogwarts School. He has been, for a decade, considered the greatest mind of our age." He set the needle down on the slate. His old hand did not shake, but his voice did, in a way that had nothing to do with weakness and everything to do with controlled fury. "And he has been a thief. From a child. From this child." He turned the slate so Harry could see it. The list was written in 3 columns. The left column was a name, Albus P.W.B. Dumbledore. It was written in the slate 11 times. Beside each instance was a date, and beside each date a description, and beside each description a value in galleons. What are those?" Harry asked. "Each row is a binding placed upon you by that name. Each binding, child, is a thread. A magical thread. Each thread takes from you and gives to him. Do you see this row?" Sharptooth's old finger tapped a line near the top. "This is a tracking charm. It tells him where you are at any moment. It was placed 3 nights after your parents died, on the doorstep where he left you. It does not take much magic, but it has been taking it constantly." "Did he left me there?" "He left you on a doorstep in November cold, child. With a letter. He did not knock. He did not wait to see whether you were taken in. He set wards on the house and walked away. The wards were not to keep you safe. The wards were to keep you under his eye." Harry's chest did the loosening and tightening thing again. "This row," Sharptooth said, moving down. "A loyalty compulsion. Not strong. Strong enough. You would have liked him when you met him, even if you should not have. You would have trusted him. You would have wanted to please him. It would have felt like your own thought. This row." Sharptooth's finger moved again. "Memory suppression. 3 of them, layered. There are things you saw in the year before your parents died. He has been keeping them from you. This row." A pause. The finger did not move for a moment. "This is the largest one. This is the rune chain that runs through the scar on your forehead. It is anchored in the scar. It is also anchored in something that should not be there, in the scar. That part 1 will not speak of yet. The chain pulls magic out of you like water from a well. It runs to him. It has been running for 4 years and 3 months. And this last row." Sharptooth straightened. "This is a charm called Fidelia Sympatheticus. It binds your magical signature to his such that any oath he makes on his magic, you would partially fulfill. He has been borrowing your power, child, to do magic he should not have been able to do." Harry stared at the slate. He was 5 years old. He was, in his own house, the size that would fit in a cupboard. He had a yellow bruise on his ribs and a scab on his lip and a body that had grown too thin too fast. He looked at the list and the list contained 11 rows, and each row was a thread, and each thread was a hand inside him, and the hands had been there all his life, and now he could feel them, now that they had been named. "Take them off," Harry said. His voice was small but did not shake. "Take them off me." "We will," Sharptooth said. "Tonight. Some will go quickly. Some will fight. The fight is not yours, child. It is ours. We are honored to fight it. The Goblin Nation honors the contracts we hold. The contract for the Potter family is older than the wand makers. We do not allow our charges to be eaten from the inside." He reached into his desk. He took out a heavy iron coin and laid it flat on the slate. "By iron and by ink," he said, I lodge a grievance with the Hammer Court of the Goblin Nation against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, on behalf of heir Harry James Potter, for the crime of magical theft from a minor heir of an allied family, attended by such other crimes as the audit shall reveal. The iron coin glowed once, very briefly, very cleanly. It is lodged, Sharptooth said. It cannot now be undone. By this hour next week, his name will be in every ledger in every bank we hold treaty with, and no wizard or witch in Britain will be able to pretend they did not know he had been called to account. He sat down on his heels in front of Harry, who was still standing in the warm basin of the detector. Heir Potter, he said. You are not alone any longer. I want you to hear me say that. Whatever else happens in the next days, you are not alone. There are healers coming. There is a woman of your father's family I will send for. There is a bed prepared for you in the residential quarters of this branch, with a window and a lamp. You will not return to that house. You will not return to that cupboard. The man who put you there will, I promise you on iron, never lay another finger on what is yours. Harry was a 5-year-old in a warm basin with a thumb that had been pricked and a stew warming his belly and 11 hands inside him that had a name now. He did not throw anything at Sharptooth's head. He sat down, slowly, in the warm stone basin. He sat down because his legs were no longer interested in holding him. Sharptooth let him sit. The two goblins by the door looked at each other and back at the small bruised boy in the basin and stood very still, in the way warriors stand still when they are deciding which way the world tilts now. Sharptooth, Harry said. Thank you. Not yet, Sharptooth said. Thank me when the threads are gone, child. Then thank me. Until then, only know this. We see you. We will not unsee you. Not for any sum. Not for any oath. Outside the window, in the impossible forest with the pines, something dark moved between the trees and turned its head to look toward them, as though it had heard. In a circular office on the 7th floor of Hogwarts School, 300 miles north and half a world distant in any way that mattered, an old man sat behind a desk with a silver instrument in his hands. The instrument had been spinning and humming softly for 9 years. It had begun, this morning, to skip on its axis. The old man frowned at it. He set it down. He picked up his teacup. He drank. The instrument skipped again, harder. He did not know yet, but the sound it was making, if anyone had been able to read the sound of a silver instrument made of old magic, was the sound of a long thin thread going taut and beginning, slowly, to fray. Sharptooth stood again. The two goblins lifted Harry out of the basin without ceremony or fuss. One wrapped him in a square of soft grey cloth, much warmer than wool ought to be, and the other slipped a pair of small leather slippers onto his feet that fit as if measured. They had not been measured. Harry suspected they had been waiting. There are 3 things to be done before sunrise, Sharptooth said, addressing not Harry now but the room itself, the way people address rooms when they are organizing the world. Graybar, send for Healer Morn. Tell him the case is severe. Tell him the chain is on the scar. Tell him what is in the scar. He will not need to be told twice. While he comes, send a raven to Andromeda Blacktonks, with a sealed line, and inform her that the heir of her cousin requires a witness and a familial healer. Do not write the name on the parchment. Tell her in person when she arrives. Graybar bowed and was gone. You too, Sharptooth said to the goblins by the door, find me Bogrod. Wake him if you must. We need a full audit pulled on the Potter Primary Vault and the Trust Vault and any vault listed under the name Dumbledore in any of the major branches. Get me Auditor Crookfang. We will need him before dawn. A pause, and then the addition, and quietly. Until the grievance is officially served, no word leaves this branch. Yes, manager. And bring the healer's basin. Not this one. The smaller one. With the unbinding salts. They left. Sharptooth turned back to Harry. The small boy had not moved from where he had sat down on the stone, the grey cloth gathered around him. "You will be tired, after," Sharptooth said. "More tired than you have ever been. But you will be lighter. Do you understand the difference?" "I think so. Some hurts are small and very sharp. Some are large and very dull. Both are hurts. The threads on you are the second kind. Once they are gone you will know how heavy they were because you will be trying to walk and you will fall. We will have you in a bed before that happens." "All right." Sharptooth paused. The gold thread eyes searched the boy's face for a long moment. "Heir Potter." "Yes." "You are very calm." "Yes." "Why?" Harry thought about that. He thought about it for longer than a 5-year-old should have to think about anything. "Because I knew," he said. "I didn't know I knew. But I knew. I've always known something was wrong. And now you're saying it. And you're saying we can fix it. So I don't have to be scared. I have to be strong." Sharptooth was quiet for a long, long moment. Then he made a sound that was, in Goblin, the sound of a deep bow taken by the heart and not the body. "Yes, Heir Potter," he said. "You have to be strong. And you will be. And we will be strong with you." The healer arrived 20 minutes later. He was not a goblin. He was a thin pale man with white hair and white eyes and skin so fine the veins showed blue, and he wore a coat of pure white that held no stains. Harry would later learn his name was Balthasar Morn, and that his clan was a kind of healer found only in the deep clinics of Gringotts, and that his line had cut their dealings with the Wizarding Healers Guild in 1602 and never resumed them. Morn did not introduce himself. He came in, knelt before Harry, looked at him for the count of 3 breaths, and said, "Lie down, child. On your back. On the cloth. Look at the ceiling." Harry did. "Close your eyes." He did. "Now," said the healer, "we begin." The first hour of the unbinding Harry did not remember clearly afterward. He remembered the smell, a sharp herbal smell, like a kitchen and a forge at the same time. He remembered Morn's hands, which were cold and dry and very sure. He remembered the moment the tracking charm came off, because it lifted out of him the way a splinter lifts out of skin, with a small clean pop, and he sneezed. He remembered laughing, after the sneeze. A short, surprised sound. He had not laughed in a long time. The laugh felt like it was somebody else's, borrowed. Sharptooth, standing at the edge of his vision, was watching him with the same gold-thread attention, and the goblin's mouth did the not-quite smile again. "1," Sharptooth said, in the tone of a man counting good news. 10 to go. The loyalty compulsion took longer. The healer had to talk Harry through the sensation, which was not pain exactly but the absence of a feeling Harry had not known he was having. It went, and Harry felt for the first time in his life what it was to think a thought that was entirely his own and have it not bend, even slightly, toward a name. He hated the name. He did not feel it as hate. Hate was a thing for people who had names of their own. He felt it as a clean, cold knowing. The memory suppressions came off in sequence, not all at once, and the healer warned him each time before he lifted one. The first memory that returned was not the one Harry had expected. It was a kitchen, in summer, in a small house at the edge of a village. A woman with red hair and tired green eyes and a smile that was only for him. She had been baking something. The kitchen smelled of butter. She had picked him up out of the high chair and set him on her hip and said something very quietly into his hair. Harry did not cry. He had stopped crying early in the unbinding, after the laugh. He was too tired. But his lashes were wet when the healer moved on to the next. The second memory was his father reading aloud from a book of nonsense rhymes. The third was a dog he did not recognize, large and shaggy and black, who was apparently in love with him and licking his face with such enthusiasm that he was laughing and trying to shield his ears with both hands. The fourth was a man with sandy hair and tired eyes saying, now Padfoot, leave the cub be. Harry stored each one carefully. He had been given things, and the things were his, and he was not letting go of them again. The Fidelia Sympatheticus charm fought when Morn took it off. The healer hissed something that was not a curse but had the weight of one, and Sharptooth came forward and laid his hand flat against Harry's chest, just below the small white-cloth bundle of him, and spoke a word in Goblin that made the air in the room ring like struck iron. The charm broke. Harry felt it break in the way a person feels a door slam in another part of the house, distant, but unmistakable. 8, Sharptooth said. The chain on the scar is last. The chain, when they came to it, was the worst. The healer drew a thin red line on the wall of the small warm room with a piece of chalk that smelled of blood. He drew an arc above Harry's head. He set a copper bowl at the crown of Harry's head and a second bowl at the soles of his feet. He laid his fingers on Harry's forehead, very lightly, just over the lightning-shaped scar. This will hurt, Morn said. All right. It will hurt for about 4 breaths. Count to 4. I will count with you. All right. 1. The first breath was a brightness behind Harry's eyes that he did not have a name for. Not pain. Light. So much light he could see his own bones through his eyelids. 2. The second breath was the chain itself. 11 feet of it, rolled up tight inside him, stiffening like a rope being pulled along its length. He felt it in his chest, his belly, his throat. He felt it down both arms. 3. The third breath was the chain coming out. It came out through the scar. It came out as a thread of greasy black smoke, and as it came out it took with it something Harry had not known was attached to him, a small thing, a sliver of cold and hate and another person's voice, and that small thing screamed once with a child's mouth that was not Harry's child mouth and was crushed in midair by something Sharptooth did with both his hands. 4. The fourth breath was clean. Harry took it. It was the first clean breath he had taken in his life. He did not know that yet. He would, later. He took it and he held it and he let it out, and when he opened his eyes the small warm room was still there, and Sharptooth was still there, and the healer was still there, but the room was different, because Harry was different, because for the first time the boy in the room was, entirely and only, himself. There, Sharptooth said. His voice was not quite steady. There. There. It is done. Harry tried to sit up. He could not. That is the tired I warned you of, Sharptooth said. Sleep, Heir Potter. We will keep watch. There is a bed. There is a window. There is a lamp. We will bring you tea in the morning and bread that is soft. Harry's eyes were already closing. Sharptooth. Yes, child. What was the small thing? A piece of someone wicked. It does not matter. It is gone now. Was it inside me? It was. It is no longer. Good, said Harry, and was asleep before he had finished the word. In the circular office at Hogwarts, the silver instrument fell silent. It had been spinning and humming softly for 9 years. It did not stop with a final tick. It did not wear down. It simply, between one breath and the next, ceased to be a thing that worked. Albus Dumbledore set down his teacup. He did not pick the instrument up. He looked at it for a long time, with eyes the color of a winter sky, and his thin old fingers laced together on the desk in front of him. He said, very quietly, to the empty room. Then he stood, with the deliberate care of a man who has been doing too many things for too long, and walked to the window, and looked out across the dark grounds toward the direction his instinct told him London lay, and he did not know yet what had happened, but he knew that something had, and something cold went through him for the first time in many years. He went back to his desk. He picked up a quill. He began to write. He did not know, could not know, yet, that the parchment he was writing on would be one of the pieces of evidence the Goblin Nation would, within 72 hours, present in open court. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Detector. He woke in a bed. The bed was a real bed, with a real mattress, and the blanket on it was heavy and soft and smelled of cedar. The pillow under his cheek was the size of a small country. There was a window above the bed, and the window had been left open a crack, and through the crack came a slip of cool air that carried the smell of pine sap and wood smoke. Through the window he could see, when he turned his head, the impossible forest. The forest had not gone away with the dark. The pines were paler now in morning light, and a small bright stream ran between them, and a bird he did not recognize called twice and was answered. For a slow moment he did not remember any of it. Then he did, and he sat up too fast, and his head went white, and the door of the room opened before he had finished blinking it clear. Sharptooth came in carrying a tray. Slowly, Herr Potter. I forgot for a second. You are still where you fell asleep. The room is real. The bed is real. The forest beyond the window is a courtesy. We do not, as a rule, build our residential quarters with views of the inside of a mountain. The forest is a charm laid on the glass. The bird outside is real. He is named Auld Robin. He is older than my grandfather and very rude, but the only bird in this branch we cannot evict. Harry laughed. He stopped, because the laugh had surprised him, and then he laughed again because he had been surprised, and Sharptooth stood at the foot of the bed and watched the small boy laugh and pretended, again, not to see anything he had not been invited to see. Tea, Sharptooth said. Toast. The bread is soft, as I promised. There is honey. There is also a soft-boiled egg, but only if you want one. I want one. Then it is yours. He set the tray down across Harry's knees. The tray had small folding legs and balanced over the blanket like a low table. The egg was in a tiny silver cup. The honey was in a tiny silver pot with a tiny silver spoon. There was a square of butter shaped like a leaf. Harry looked at the tray for a long moment. Sharptooth. Yes. I don't know how to use these things. Then we will learn together. Sharptooth pulled up a small stool and sat at the side of the bed. The egg goes in the cup. You crack the top with the side of the spoon. So. You eat from the inside. The honey is for the toast. You spread, you do not pour. The butter is for the toast also, and is spread first. You hold the toast as you would hold a small book. Harry held it as he would hold a small book. He ate slowly. He ate carefully, the way a starving body teaches itself to eat when it knows finally that there will be more. The toast was warm in the middle. The egg yolk was nearly orange. The honey was the kind of honey that tastes of more than honey, with something of clover in it, and something else. Sharptooth said, after a while, do you remember the night? Yes. All of it? I think so. Tell me what you remember. Harry chewed, swallowed, set down the toast. I remember a man with white eyes. I remember a basin. I remember laughing once. I remember, a kitchen. With my mum. And a dog. Sharptooth's face did the thing that was not quite a smile. He turned his head, very briefly, away from the bed and toward the window, and Harry, who had learned to read faces in places where reading faces was a survival skill, understood that the old goblin's eyes had filled and that he did not wish a child to see it. You will remember more, Sharptooth said, when he turned back. The suppressions are off. The memories will return as they wish to, in fragments. Some will come quickly. Some not for years. Eat your egg, Herr Potter. The audit waits. The what? The accounting of what has been taken from you. We have been working through the night. Auditor Crookfong has the figures. He is a thorough goblin and a slow speaker. You will like him. You will dislike him. Eventually you will like him again. Eat your egg. Harry ate his egg. The audit chamber was not the small warm room. It was a room with walls of stacked ledgers, each ledger thicker than Harry's torso, and a long iron table in the middle, and a high carved chair at one end that Sharptooth helped Harry climb into. The chair had cushions. There was even a small wooden footrest, which had not been there when they entered, and which Harry decided to think had been waiting too. A second goblin came in. He was square. His shoulders were nearly as wide as he was tall, and his beard was iron gray and bound in 3 small bronze rings, and his fingers were short and stained with blue ink. He set a stack of parchment on the iron table and bowed to Harry, briefly and without ceremony. "Heir Potter. I am Auditor Crookfong. Hello. I will speak plainly, with your permission, because plain speaking saves us all time." "Yes, please." "Excellent. Then. The Potter family, at the time of your parents' deaths, held 3 vaults at this branch. Vault 687, the Trust, established in 1979 for your education and basic needs. Vault 712, the Family Vault, established in 1822, the working vault of the line. Vault 813, the Ancestral Vault, sealed since 1631, opened only by direct heir's blood. There are also 3 holdings outside this branch, and 4 properties of land or stone, but those are for a later morning. Crookfong ran his short blue-stained finger down a column. On the 1st of November, 1981, a man named Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore presented to this bank a document signed by your parents, or appearing to be, granting him magical guardianship over you in the event of their deaths. The document was witnessed by 1 Elphias Doge and 1 Bathilda Bagshot. The bank accepted it. We did not, at that time, know that the signatures were forged. Harry sat very still. "They're forged?" "Comprehensively, Heir Potter. Your father's hand on that document is a man's hand. Your father, in the last year of his life, had a tremor from a curse injury. His real signature in November of 1981 had a small loop in the J of James that bore no resemblance to the J on the guardianship document. Your mother's hand has a rounder L than the document shows. The witnesses, when their statements were sought today through Goblin channels, had no memory of having witnessed any such thing. We suspect a memory charm. We will not yet say it in court, but I will say it to you. You should know. Yes. As magical guardian, Dumbledore had limited authority to draw from the Trust Vault for purposes related to your maintenance and education. He did not have authority to draw from the Family Vault. He did not have authority to draw from the Ancestral Vault. He did not have authority to draw at all without filing claim with the bank for each disbursement. And he did? He did. He has drawn from all 3 vaults. All 3. All 3. From the Trust, beginning in March of 1982, sums totaling 43,000 galleons. The withdrawals were filed under categories such as tuition, guardianship stipend, academic support, household reimbursement. You were 18 months old. You were in a cupboard. There was no tuition. There was no household. From the Family Vault. Crookfong turned a page. Beginning January of 1983. Sums totaling 274,000 galleons. Withdrawn against forged authorization documents bearing your alleged guardian's seal. Categories included Order Operational Support, Phoenix Research, Wand Maintenance. Wand Maintenance, Heir Potter, is a category that exists for 1 wand in living memory. Harry's small hand had begun to clench on the arm of the chair. He noticed it and made it stop. From the Ancestral Vault. Crookfong turned the page again. 3 withdrawals. The Ancestral Vault should not have been openable. It is sealed by blood. The withdrawals were unsealed by a method we do not yet understand. We have a theory. The theory, in plain speaking, Heir Potter, is that he used you. He used your blood. You were left on a doorstep by his hand. He had access to your blood from a cut on your forehead. He had access on 3 subsequent occasions when he visited the doorstep to inspect the wards, on which occasions, by the ward's own logs, you were brought briefly outside. We believe, on each of those occasions, he took a sample of your blood and used it to access the ancestral vault. Harry's small hand went still. What did he take from there? 3 artifacts. 2 books. He returned the books, after copying them. The 3rd artifact was returned, the 2nd was not, and the 1st is the matter for which I most need your attention. Tell me. The 1st artifact, Heir Potter, was a cloak. Harry did not know why this hit him in the chest so hard. He had not known about the cloak. He had not known there was a cloak. But there was, in him, a place that had been waiting for someone to say the word, and the word landed in that place and rang. The cloak. The Potter cloak, child. The cloak of your line. It has been in your family since long before Hogwarts existed. It does not fade. It does not unweave. It is older than any other Hallow our records mention, and it should not be in his possession. It is currently in his possession. We have confirmed this to a degree of certainty that would withstand court challenge. How? Because we have eyes in many places, Heir Potter, and he is not so careful as he was 30 years ago, and the cloak has been seen, in the last 6 months, on 3 separate occasions, draped over the back of the chair in his Hogwarts office while he believed himself to be alone. How could he know how to find it? If it's been in the family since before Hogwarts. Because, Heir Potter, your parents lent it to him. In the autumn of 1981. He told them he was studying its provenance. They were young. They had no reason to refuse. They lent. He never gave it back. 3 weeks later they were dead. The cloak should have returned, by line magic, to the next surviving Potter, to you, in your crib. It did not. It was held by a charm we cannot identify but suspect. He kept it. He has been keeping it. Harry sat for a long time. Sharptooth, at the side of the table, did not interrupt. Crookfong did not interrupt. There was a small clock somewhere in the chamber, and it ticked, and the ticks went into the silence and were swallowed. I want it back, Harry said eventually. It will be returned, Heir Potter. By the end of the month. On parchment if his choice. By force if he requires. What was the 2nd artifact? The one he didn't return. A ring. A signet. The Peveril signet, which by line passes to the eldest male of the senior branch. It should currently be in this room, on your finger, sized to a child. It is on his desk. What does it do? Many things, Heir Potter. Some of them ill. We will speak of the ring at greater length when you are older. For now, I will say this much. The ring carries an old curse, laid by a hand that should never have touched it. The curse has been working slowly on him since he placed the ring on his own hand 4 years ago. We can read the working of it from across the country. He is dying. Slowly? By the slowest measure. His hand is already blackening. He believes he can hold it off. He cannot. The curse will take the hand within a decade, and shortly after, the rest. We tell you this not for your comfort. I will not pretend this is a thing for a child to take comfort in, but because the law of property requires us to inform you, as the rightful holder of the cursed item, that your possession returned to you will not bring the curse with it. The curse adheres to him. It is his curse now. He has bound it to himself. He earned it. Harry, despite himself, felt the smallest flicker of something he did not know how to name. It was not quite satisfaction. It was not quite sorrow. It was the feeling of looking at a man who had thrown a heavy stone at the sky for many years and seeing the stone, finally, on its way back down. What was the 3rd artifact, he said. The one he returned. A book of warding diagrams. He copied it. He returned it. It is in the ancestral vault. We did not realize, at the time of return, that he had taken anything. A goblin notary failed in his duty. The notary has been spoken to. He will not fail again. He will also not, by way of his own choice and ours, be working in this branch any longer. All right. Now, Crookfang said, pulling another stack toward him. The magical theft. He laid it out one page at a time. Each page held a chart. Each chart was a graph of magical energy flowing from one signature to another, plotted over time, and at the top of each chart was a date and a category. The categories included terms Harry would not understand for years. He took them on trust. He understood the shape of the graphs. The shape of them, in every case, was the same. A small steady drip out of the Potter's signature into a line marked with Dumbledore's, beginning in the spring of 1982 and continuing without interruption to the night of the detector ritual. Total, Crookfang said, magical extraction over 4 years and 3 months, not measurable in galleons, heir Potter, because magic is not gold, though some make that mistake. Measurable in this, an ordinary 5-year-old wizarding child's magical core mass, at age 5, is approximately 90 units by Crouch's scale. Yours, at the time of extraction beginning, was in line with the family, high, perhaps 110. Your core, when we measured you last night, sat at 28. 28. 28. We have, by removing the bindings, restored you to access. But the volume of magic you have available is now small. Smaller than it should be by a factor of 4. Will it grow back? Crookfang turned the page. Yes. We had this question last night. The healers conferred. The Goblin Nation also has resources of its own. The short answer is yes. The long answer is that magic grown back in adolescence does not fully restore unless aided. There are rituals. There are training programs. There are infusions, at need, from the family magic itself, which lives in the ancestral vault and which is yours by right. With these, at full effort, we estimate restoration to 95% of family line baseline by your 16th year. Without these, perhaps 50. The choice is yours. Harry looked at him. Why would I not choose to be restored? Some do not. Some prefer the smaller life. Some have other reasons. I am required to ask. I choose to be restored. Noted. Crookfang's blue-stained finger ticked a small box. Restoration program begins this morning, with your guardian's countersignature once a guardian is appointed, which we expect within the day. Which guardian? That, heir Potter, is the next matter. Sharptooth stood up. That, in fact, is the woman waiting in the next room. She was tall. That was the first thing he noticed. She was tall, taller than Petunia, with hair that was very dark and pulled back at the nape of her neck, and a long traveling cloak the color of wet stone, and a face that was, in some small underwater way, like the face of his mother in the kitchen memory, not the same, never the same, but in the same family of faces. She had a kind mouth. She also had eyes that had seen things, and when those eyes settled on Harry, small, in a borrowed grey cloth, in the middle of an iron and stone audit chamber, they did the same thing Sharptooth's had done at the slate, which was to gather hard around something old and very dangerous. Heir Potter, Sharptooth said. May I present Andromeda Tonks, of the Black Tonks line. She is, by your father's mother's side, your second cousin once removed. She is also a healer of the Deep School, of the same training as Healer Morn whom you met last night, and has agreed to act as your familial healer and witness through the proceedings. She is also a candidate for your magical guardianship. She is here today on her own time. The Goblin Nation has not paid her. She will not accept payment. Hello, Harry said. Andromeda crossed the room. She did not crouch. She sat down on the floor in front of his chair, with the long traveling cloak pooled around her, so that her face was not above his. She looked at him for a long moment. She did not smile. "Hello, Harry," she said, very quietly. "Are you really my cousin?" "I am. Twice over. By my grandmother's grandmother on the black side, and on the Potter side through Charles and Doria, who were also blacks. Your father called me Auntie Andy when he was a boy. He used to come to my mother's house in the summers and steal apples off the back tree. He was very bad at it. He always dropped one." Harry's mouth did something he had no control over. The corners of it lifted. "He stole apples?" "He did. Then he would offer me one. Always the apple he had not dropped. I always took it. He never knew that I knew about the dropped one. I left it for him in the kitchen for him to find later, with a note, and he stopped stealing the next year." "What did the note say?" "It said, 'This one is yours. Eat it. From your aunt.'" Harry's small hands held very still in his lap. You knew him." "I did. I did not know him as well as I would have liked. He was younger than me. I was at school when he was a boy, and I had married and gone away by the time he was old enough to be more than your cousin's cousin, and after I married I was disowned by my own house. I did not see him often after he came of age. I saw him 3 times after his wedding. The last time was the week before he died. He showed me you in your bassinet and he said, 'My Aunt Andy, my son will be terrible at Quidditch.' I told him my own daughter was already terrible at brooms and that they would suit each other very well one day." "You have a daughter?" "I have. Her name is Nymphadora. She is 12. She thinks her name is dreadful. She is correct. She prefers Tonks. You will meet her when you are ready." Harry was quiet. He was thinking. "Andromeda." "Yes. What do guardians do?" Andromeda's mouth, finally, did a small shape that was not quite a smile. It was close. It was closer than Sharptooth's had been. "Magical guardians," she said, "make decisions for a child where the law of magic requires an adult voice. Where to live. How to be schooled. What rituals to consent to. What healers to see. They feed the child. They listen to the child. They are not the parents. They do not replace them. They hold the bowl into which the child grows until the child is ready to hold the bowl himself." "All right. Heir Potter," Sharptooth said. "If you accept Andromeda Tonks as your magical guardian, by goblin law it is a contract that we will witness and seal, and it will hold against any other claim, including the claim of any wizard, however senior, until you reach magical majority and discharge the contract yourself. It can be revoked by you at any time. It cannot be revoked by her without your consent. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Do you accept her?" Harry looked at the woman on the floor in the long traveling cloak. He looked at the kind mouth and the eyes that had seen things and the thin pale hands folded loosely in her lap. "Andromeda," Harry said. "Why are you here?" She did not flinch from the question. "Because someone wrote me a letter, last night, and the letter said you were in trouble. And because I owed your mother 3 favors I could not repay because she died before I could, and because I owed your father 1 favor for the apple, and because I have a daughter and I have looked at her every day for 12 years and I cannot imagine the world in which I would let what was done to you be done to anyone." "All right," Harry said. "Yes. By iron and ink," Sharptooth said. "The contract is sealed." He drew a small circle in the air over the table. The circle filled with ink and the ink resolved into a written contract and the contract dropped onto the iron and lay there flat. Andromeda signed first. Harry signed his name in careful letters that he had only practiced 6 times and that came out a little crooked. It was, he thought, a good crooked. It was his. Andromeda's healing examination took the long way. She did not begin with diagnostic charms. She began with her hands. "Heir Potter. Harry. May I touch your shoulders? Yes. Tell me if anything I do makes you want to flinch. Even a small flinch. Even one you would normally hide. All right. She set her thin pale hands on his shoulders. She held them there for a count of 5 breaths. He did not flinch. He almost did, at the second breath, when her left thumb settled near a yellow bruise, but he had gotten very good at not flinching, and she watched his face and saw what he had not done and lifted the thumb a fraction without remarking on it. Sit on the bed for me. Cross-legged if you can. He could. Now, she said, sitting opposite him. Close your eyes. Picture the inside of yourself. Don't worry if you can't see anything. Just try. He tried. The picture that came was very strange. A small dark room, shaped like the inside of a barrel, with 11 small hooks driven into the walls at angles, and the hooks were rusty, and there was no rope on any of the hooks. He told her, in slow careful sentences, what he saw. Andromeda did not say anything for a long moment. Good, she said eventually. That is exactly the picture I would expect of a child whose bindings have been unmade in the night. The hooks are real. The hooks will not come out for some weeks. They will close on their own. Until then your magic, when it tries to do anything, will catch on them, and you will feel a kind of snag in your chest. Ignore the snag. Push through it. Each push will smooth one hook a little. It is your work to do, and only yours, and we will not do it for you. You will do it without thinking, in time, the way a tongue does not think about speaking. All right. Now picture water in the room. He did. The water came up to his ankles in his picture, then his knees, then his waist. He told her. Stop the water there. Hold it still. He held it. Now turn it gold. He laughed. He had not expected the laugh. The water in his picture flushed gold like syrup. Good. Now make it move. The gold water in the picture moved. It rose to his chest. Then it rose to his shoulders, and the hooks in the wall stopped catching on it, because the hooks were under the surface now and the surface was smooth. Open your eyes. He opened them. His hands, in his lap, were glowing very faintly. He could feel the glow. It was not light exactly. It was the warmth he had felt in the basin, in the warm stone, distilled and held in his palms. Hold it there, Andromeda said. Don't let it go. Breathe in. Breathe out. Now lift your right hand. Slowly. He lifted it. Now think the word lumos. Just think it. Don't say it. Don't push at the hand. He thought the word. A small white light bloomed an inch above his palm. It was not bright. It was the size of a marble. It hovered. It did not flicker. His breath caught. It was not a great working. By any measure of magic he had no way of measuring, it was the sort of charm a wand-bound first-year fumbles 5 times before getting. He had done it without a wand, at 5, with 28 units of magic in a body the bindings had nearly hollowed out, and the light was steady, and the light was his, and the light had no name on it but his. Oh, he said. Andromeda's mouth did the small shape that was not quite a smile. It was closer this time. It was very nearly there. There you are, she said. Hello, Harry. It is good to meet you at last. The light hovered for another long breath. Then it broke softly and was gone, and Harry sat on the bed with his small hand still raised and his eyes wide and bright, and he was not crying, he was not crying, he was crying, after all, but quietly, and he did not look away from his hand. Andromeda did not touch him. She waited. Mom, he said, eventually. What is it, dear? In the kitchen. In the memory. There was a light. On her hand. While she was singing. A small one. Like that one. Andromeda was quiet for a long time. Yes, she said, finally. Lily liked to set a small lumos floating over your high chair when she sang to you. She said you reached for it. She said you had been reaching for it since you were 3 months old. It was, she said, the first thing you ever knew you wanted. Harry's small hand closed slowly. He pressed it against his chest, where the light had bloomed from, and he held it there. I want it back, he said. It is back. All of it. All my magic. All of what he took. I want it back. You will have it back. And he will give it back. He will. By force if he requires. Andromeda did smile, then. It was a small smile, and it was not gentle, and it was the smile of a woman who had grown up in the House of Black and had not, for all her healing and her grace, forgotten what she had grown up among. By force, Harry, she said, if he requires. Madame Amelia Bones, of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, received her copy of the Goblin Grievance at 6:14 on the morning of August 15, 1985. She read it once at her desk. She poured herself a cup of black coffee. She read it twice. She set the cup down. She read it a third time. The cup did not, by then, contain any more coffee. She had drunk it without remembering that she had. She stood up. She walked to the window of her office in the ministry. She looked down into Whitehall, where the Muggle morning was already at its usual run. She did not, for several seconds, remember what office she stood in or what year it was. She remembered, instead, a woman she had known at Hogwarts in her last year there, a younger woman who had already at 16 been one of the brightest witches of her age, and who had had a green-eyed son, and who was dead. Susan, she said, into the empty office, stay home from school today. I will need you to be where I can find you. There was no answer, because Susan was 8 and at her grandmother's, but Madame Bones had the habit, when she was alone, of speaking aloud to the niece she loved best, and the habit grounded her. She straightened her robe. She picked up the grievance. She walked, with deliberate even steps, to the office of the Minister for Magic. She knocked once. She did not wait to be invited. She came in. She set the grievance on the minister's desk. Minister, she said, we have a problem. What, Amelia, I'm in the middle of, you are not. You will read this. You will read it now. And then you will sit very still while I tell you what we are going to do about it. The minister read. It took him 11 minutes. His face, by minute 6, had gone the color of cold tea. By minute 11, he had set the parchment flat on the desk and folded his hands across it, the way a man does when he is trying not to let his hands shake. Albus, he said. Albus did this. The goblins say so. The goblins are wrong sometimes. Cornelius. The goblins are wrong sometimes about politics. The goblins have not, in the recorded history of this office, been wrong about money or magic. Their grievance is based on money and magic. Both. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, very small, what do you propose? A formal hearing under the Concordat. We have no choice. They have invoked it. By treaty we have 10 days. I want the hearing in 7. 7. Anything longer and the press will run it for us, and we will lose the chance to look as if we are leading. All right. 7. You will sit it as minister. I will manage the floor. Albus will speak. Albus will have one chance to speak. He will use it. He has, in the goblin's words, much to answer for. The boy will be there. With his guardian. Whom the goblins have already approved. Who is the guardian? Bones almost smiled. It was a House of Black smile, second-hand, learned at school across the table from a black who had not been kind, and used now in defense of a black who had been. Andromeda Tonks. Black Tonks? The same. That will make some people uncomfortable. Cornelius. The point is that some people should be uncomfortable. He looked at her for a long moment. 7 days, he said. I will sign the writ. Get out of my office. I need to think. Yes, Minister. She did get out. She did not, however, go back to her own office. She went to the flue, she went to her sister's house, she gathered up Susan from her grandmother's, and she put the small girl on her hip and held her there for a long time, in the kitchen of the house she had been born in, and she did not cry, but she stood at the window and she held her niece, and she thought about a green-eyed boy who had been on a doorstep for 4 years and who, at 5 years old, had a working magical core the size of a mostly empty cup, and she thought about what she would have to do, in a week, in open court. It would not be difficult. The evidence was clear. The treaty was clear. What would be difficult was watching a man who had been her childhood hero stand in the dock and become a smaller man with each minute that passed. In the lower chambers of the audit hall, Crookfong was working through his second day on 3 hours of sleep. His blue-stained fingers had moved from the household ledgers to the magical ledgers, from the magical ledgers to the school ledgers, and from the school ledgers to the personal accounts of one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He had assembled, by the second sunset, a working portrait of how a man could rob a child for a decade without anyone noticing. The answer was, he had to be the sort of man who had spent 50 years building the kind of public face that no one looked at twice. Crookfong did not, in his report, write the word evil. Goblins did not use the word in legal proceedings. They wrote, instead, in long careful sentences, what had been taken, and from whom, and to where, and on whose authority, and with what false document, and to what use. The use, in the case of the Potter magic siphoning, was the most chilling part, and Crookfong underlined the line 3 times in blue ink before he set the page aside. The use had been research. Specifically, 3 lines of research. The first was the research into a wand the senior auditor refused to name on parchment, which Crookfong would write only as, the object of inquiry, type hallowed. The second was research into the mechanism of soul fragmentation, conducted in the Department of Mysteries on a contract that bore Dumbledore's seal. The third was research into the magic of self-extension across decades, what laymen would call life extension, what scholars would call the stone, and what goblins would call simply theft of years. Crookfong sealed the report with 3 drops of his own blood. He delivered it, by raven, to Sharptooth and to the Hammer Court of the Goblin Nation simultaneously, with a copy embargoed in the bank's deepest vault until called for. He went to bed. He did not sleep. In the circular office at Hogwarts School, 300 miles north, Albus Dumbledore opened the parchment a goblin had placed on his desk an hour earlier. He had been delaying the opening, which was unlike him. He had been, in fact, aware for the entire hour that he had been delaying it. He set down his quill. He laid the parchment flat. He read. His face, when he had read it twice, had a color it had not held in many years. He sat back in his chair. He laced his old fingers, the ringed hand and the unringed hand, on the desk in front of him. The ringed hand twitched. He did not look at it. He had been not looking at it, in increasingly disciplined ways, for 4 years. He looked instead at a portrait on the wall. The portrait was of a former headmaster who had, in his lifetime, been Dumbledore's mentor. The portrait was sleeping. It always slept when Dumbledore was alone in the office, because the portrait did not, any longer, wish to be in conversation with the man Dumbledore had become. Dumbledore said, very quietly. This time the syllable held something that was not, even a little, calm. He picked up the quill. He set it down. He picked up a different quill, the one he reserved for personal correspondence with foreign powers, the one whose ink could not be tampered with by any ward known to British magic. He began to write to several people. He did not write to Madame Bones. He did not write to the minister. He did not write to the Goblin Nation. He wrote, instead, to 3 former pupils, whose names had never appeared in any official record of his correspondence, and whose loyalties, even now, could be relied upon. The portrait of his sleeping mentor did not, of course, see the names on the parchment. But the portrait, in its dreaming, frowned. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Reckoning begins. The Daily Prophet hit 4,000 doormats at 6 o'clock on the morning of August 17th. By 6:20, the FLU network was at twice its usual load. By 6:30, an owl flying over Diagon Alley reported a queue forming outside Gringotts that began at the marble steps and ran past Madame Malkin's and turned the corner at Slug and Jiggers. The headline read, in letters 2 inches tall, Dumbledore named in Goblin grievance, theft from Potter heir alleged. Beneath it, in smaller print, ran a subheader that had been argued over by the Prophet's editorial board for 90 minutes the night before. The board had wanted to soften the story. Madame Bones had visited the office personally, at 1 in the morning, with 2 aurors, and had not raised her voice, and the subheader had been hardened back to the original. Goblin Nation invokes Concordat. Wisengamot to hear formal charge. Chief Warlock offers no comment. Below that ran the article. The article was 3,000 words long. The article had been written by a young woman named Bridget Cramwell who had, in her second year as a junior reporter, been told to write copy that would not be looked at twice. She had asked, in a meeting 2 days before, whether she could have a chance at something with a little more weight. The senior editor had laughed. The senior editor had then woken at 3 in the morning to a fire call from the publisher and had laughed for the last time that day. Bridget Cramwell's article quoted the Goblin grievance verbatim, in the long sections the Prophet had been allowed to print. It listed the categories of withdrawals from the Potter vaults. It quoted Madame Bones on the convening of a hearing. It noted that the heir, Harry James Potter, was 5 years old and was, at this moment, in protective custody under a magical guardian whose name had been redacted at the Goblin's request. It did not mention Andromeda. It did not need to. The wizarding world would learn the name in court. By 8 o'clock the queue at Gringotts had stretched back to the apothecary, and most of the people in it were not customers. Some were reporters. Some were curious. A few were old friends of the Potters who had not been allowed near the boy since November of 1981 and had only learned, that morning, that the protections they had assumed were keeping him safe were not protections at all but a fence. Sharptooth received them, a few at a time. He gave each one a brief polite hearing, which is to say he listened for 2 minutes, said 3 sentences, and showed them out. 3 of them left in tears. One of them, a man with sandy hair and tired eyes who Harry would later realize had been in his memory of the kitchen, left and did not come back, and was found in the upstairs room of a small flat in Bristol that evening with a bottle on the floor that he had not been able to open. His name was Remus John Lupin. He had not known the boy was alive. He had been told otherwise by the man whose name was now in the Prophet. He had believed it for 4 years. He spent that night staring at the ceiling and thinking about the rest of his life as a thing he had wasted because he had trusted the wrong man. He came back to Gringotts in the morning. Sharptooth received him. By the end of that meeting, Remus had a job, courier between the Goblin Nation and a small set of trusted persons in the wider wizarding community, and a piece of parchment that bore Harry's signature, and an invitation to come, when the boy was ready, and meet him. He did not open the invitation for 3 days. When he did, he sat for an hour with it in his lap, and then he wept, and then he washed his face, and then he wrote a letter back, and the letter was brief, and he posted it, and he slept that night for the first time in 4 years. In the small warm room with the impossible window, Harry was learning how to fall. On the mat, Sharptooth said. Not on the floor. On the mat. Bend your knees as you go down. Tuck your chin. The chin is the most important part. Forget the chin and you bite your tongue. I have never met a goblin who was not at least once introduced to himself by his own teeth on his own tongue. Try not to be the first. Harry tucked his chin. He bent his knees. He fell. Better. Again. He fell again. Good. The body remembers what the body is taught to remember. Falling is a skill. Most wizards do not learn it until they are taller, and by then their bones do not forgive them. You will learn it before you grow. Your bones will love you for the rest of your life. Why am I learning to fall? Because you will be knocked down at some point in the next 30 years, and on that day I want you to know in your hands and feet what to do without asking the question. We do not do this only for the floor. We do it for the chair you trip over and the broom you fall off and the curse that throws you across a room. Up, Heir Potter. Again. He fell again. By the end of the second hour his small body had learned 3 rolls, 2 falls, and a way of taking a hand to the shoulder without going to the ground at all. He was breathing hard. He was sweating. The hooks in the picture inside him were smoothing. He was also, he noticed, hungry. You look at the table, Sharptooth said. I'm hungry. Of course you are. There is bread. There is cheese. There is a bowl of fruit I do not recognize. The fruit is from a place I have not been. You may eat as much as you want. You may not vomit it. I will not clean it. All right. He sat on the floor next to the table because the chair was too tall and chewing was easier when he did not have to balance. He ate 3 apples. He ate a piece of bread the size of his fist. He did not vomit. His magic, he noticed, hummed pleasantly under the eating, the way a good fire hums under wood. He thought, for a moment, of Petunia and the small breakfasts he had been given for years. He set the thought aside. It was not useful in this room. Sharptooth watched him eat without seeming to watch him eat. He waited until the boy had finished an apple and a piece of cheese before he said, Heir Potter. Yes. There is a thing I must tell you that you will not like. All right. You had a godfather. I did. You do. He is alive. He has been alive every day since your parents died. He has been, for that whole time, in a prison. The bread in Harry's hand stopped at the edge of his mouth. Why? Because the man whose name is in the prophet this morning ensured that he was sent to that prison without a trial. Your godfather, Heir Potter, is named Sirius Orion Black. He was your father's closest friend. He was the older brother of your father by every measure that was not biological. He was, on the night of your parents' deaths, the first person the Aurors found at the scene of a related event. He was carrying his wand. He was laughing. He had not killed anyone. He had been, by all evidence we have now gathered, in a state of grief so total that it presented to his arresters as madness. They took him to Azkaban. He was never tried. The signature on the parchment that authorized the imprisonment without trial was Albus Dumbledore's. The transfer order was signed by your godfather's cousin Bellatrix's husband's brother, who was at that time a senior member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and who has, since, retired to a property in the south of France and refused all owls. Harry set the bread down very slowly on the corner of the table. He did not speak for a long moment. Where is he now? Azkaban. How long has he been there? 3 years and 10 months. How, what is Azkaban? Sharptooth did not soften. He had told Harry, that morning, that he would speak plainly always, he had not promised to speak gently. Azkaban is a fortress. It is on a small island in the North Sea. It is guarded by creatures called Dementors. Dementors feed on happiness and warm memory. Inmates of Azkaban live for the rest of their natural lives without warm memory, by design. Most do not last long. Strong wizards and witches last longer. Your godfather has lasted nearly 4 years. He should not have been able to do this, and the fact that he has, Heir Potter, means he is the strongest of his line, and he will be the difficult kind of broken when we get him out. Get him out? We will get him out. How? By trial. The trial that was denied him in 1981 will be granted him this week. By Goblin Treaty law, the Concordat hearing must address all related crimes, and the wrongful imprisonment of your closest blood claim adult is a related crime. Madam Bones agrees. The minister will agree, because he will not want to be the man who refused. The trial will not be long. Your godfather is innocent. The man who actually committed the crimes for which he was blamed is named Peter Pettigrew, and he is also not where most people think he is. Harry was quiet. Where is he? Sharptooth's mouth did the thing that was not quite a smile, and this time it was a thing that had not very much smile in it at all. He is currently registered, by our magical signature tracking, as residing at a small farmhouse in southern Devon belonging to a family named Weasley. He is in the form of a rat. He has been in that form for nearly 4 years. He is, at this moment, the pet of a young boy named Percival Weasley. We have informed Madam Bones. We have not told the family. The Aurors will arrive shortly after dawn tomorrow, when the rat will be asleep and easy to net. A rat. An animagus. An unregistered one. The boy has 8 fingers because he cut off his other one to fake his own death. We are confident in this. We have his magical signature. Our tracking ritual does not lie about such things. He will be brought in tomorrow. He will be presented at the trial. Your godfather will walk free by the end of the week. Harry sat for a long moment. All right. Heir Potter. Yes. You did not weep. No. Why not? He thought about it. The honest answer, which he gave because Sharptooth had asked, was, because I have to be strong, and I cannot be strong if I weep at every new thing. I will weep when there are no more new things. Then I will weep all of them at once. Sharptooth considered him for a long moment. That is not how it should work, child. I know. It is, however, how it works. We will do what we can to give you back the time later in which to weep them. For now, eat. Then we will work on falling backwards. You have done forwards. Backwards is harder. He ate. Then he fell backwards. The Aurors came to the burrow at 5:14 in the morning. Arthur Weasley answered the door in a dressing gown, with his wand in his offhand and a great air of confused sleep about him. Molly stood behind him on the stair, also in a dressing gown, with a younger child on her hip and 3 older heads peering out from the top of the stair behind her. Mr. Weasley, said the lead Auror, an old hand named Robards. Apologies for the hour. We have a warrant. We need to enter your property and take possession of an animal. An animal. Robards, what is this about? Your son Percival's pet. The rat. Scabbers? What's the rat done? Mr. Weasley, please. We will explain in your kitchen if you allow us in. If you don't, we will read the warrant aloud here on the doorstep, and your neighbors, who are mostly muggles, will hear it. Arthur stepped back. The Aurors came in. There were 4 of them. They went up the stairs without trying to be quiet, and they came back down 5 minutes later with a small woven cage, in which, in a sleepy crooked huddle, sat a rather elderly grey rat with one paw missing. Behind them, Percy Weasley stood at the top of the stair in his pajamas, holding a hand over his mouth and shaking. That's my rat, he said, in a voice that was breaking. That's just my rat. Why are you taking my rat? Mr. Weasley, Robards said, gently, to Arthur. I'm afraid the rat is not what your son believes it to be. We will explain in time. You'll need to come to the ministry with us this morning. Bring Percival. He will need to give a statement. He has done nothing wrong. We will look after him. Arthur looked at the cage. He looked at his son. He looked at his wife. Molly. I'll dress the children, she said. Her voice was very level. Molly Weasley had grown up in a war. She knew, when she heard it, the sound of the world deciding to go uneven. The rat in the cage opened one beady eye and saw the room and the horrors and the cage, and for a second the eye was not the eye of a rat at all but the eye of a small frightened man who has just understood that he has been found. Then the rat threw itself against the bars of the cage. The cage held. It had been made by a goblin smith in the night and given to Robards an hour earlier. Goblin work does not hold a rat back, goblin work holds a man back, and that was what was on the inside of the cage, and the rat, who was not a rat, knew it. "Arthur," said Robards, lifting the cage. "We're going." They went. Sirius Black, in a stone cell on a small island in the North Sea, sat with his back to the stone wall and his head against the stone, and did not, by any external measure, react when the cell door opened. He had stopped reacting some time ago. Reactions cost magic. Magic cost warmth. Warmth cost happiness. Happiness was the rarest currency in Azkaban, and he was a careful man with what he had. He had 2 warm memories left. One was of his godson at 6 months old, lying on his stomach on a green carpet, kicking his feet and laughing. The other was of his best friend's wife, who had not, he thought, ever liked him entirely, but who had liked him enough to make him a shepherd's pie one night in 1980 and to call him Pads when she gave it to him, and who had stood at her stove with her red hair pinned up in a kerchief, and laughed at something he had said, and the laugh had been a good one, and he had taken it with him into prison without knowing he was taking it. He used those 2 memories sparingly. He did not use them to feel good. He used them to remember, every few weeks, who he was. The cell door opened. A man stood in the doorway. He was not a guard. He wore the long pale grey robe of an Auror. Behind him stood a woman, also an Auror, with her wand in her hand and her face very composed. "Sirius Black," the man said. He did not look up. "Sirius. Look at me, Sirius. We've come to take you home." The word home did not, in his head, have any associations left. He had to think about the word for a long minute before he placed it. He looked up. His eyes, which had once been the color of black coffee, were now the color of nothing. They focused with effort. "Robards," he said. His voice was a thing he had not used in months. "Yes, mate. You shouldn't be here." "I know. They'll come. Not today. We've moved them off this corridor." "How?" "Bones. The whole island is under a 30-foot ward. We have you for an hour. Then we leave." He blinked once. "Why?" he said. Robards looked at him for a long moment. Then he stepped into the cell and crouched down to Sirius's level, the way the goblins had crouched down to Harry's, and Sirius noticed the crouch with a small far-off part of his mind that still remembered manners, and he respected it. "Because you didn't do it, Sirius. Because we have proof now. Because Peter Pettigrew is in a holding cell at the Ministry as we speak, and he is a man, and he is alive, and he is going to confess, and you are coming home today, mate. Today." The word home, the second time, found a place to land. Sirius Black, who had not cried since 1981, made a noise. It was not a cry. It was the sound a man makes when he has been sitting in the dark for 4 years and someone has, between one heartbeat and the next, opened the door and let in a slip of light that he had stopped believing existed. Robards held out his hand. "Come on, Pads. There's a boy waiting." Sirius's head, very slowly, came up off the stone wall. "Harry? Harry. He asked for you. He didn't ask for anyone else. He asked for you." Sirius reached, with a hand that shook, for Robards's hand. The Auror took it. He brought him to his feet, and Sirius Black walked, slowly, very slowly, out of the cell that was supposed to have held him for the rest of his life. He did not look back at the cell. He looked at the corridor. He looked at the woman with the wand and the face. He looked at the iron grate at the end of the corridor that had been the inside of his world for nearly 4 years. Where is he? He said. Gringotts. They've kept him. They've been good to him. There's a healer, and a guardian, and the goblins are, well, you know what the goblins are, pads. They've been those. He's safe. He's sleeping right now. He doesn't know we're coming. We'll let him sleep. How is he? Robards did not answer the question for a few steps. They were almost to the iron grate. He's small, pads. Yes. He's very small. Yes. He's alive. Yes. Sirius did not say anything else until they were out of the prison, and over the grim wet rocks, and at the boat. He stepped into the boat and he looked back, only once, at the great stone fortress and the gulls and the grey sea around it, and he did not curse the place, because cursing took warmth, and he had so little to spare. He did, however, before he turned away, lift his hand. 3 fingers. The smallest gesture of contempt the Black family had ever taught him. Then he sat down in the boat. And he asked, again, how is he? He's small, Robards said again. He's been hurt. He has eyes, pads, like hers. He'll be all right. He's tougher than you'd think. He's tougher than I'd be, at his age. Sirius nodded. The sea was very grey. He set his face into the cold wind. He breathed, in and out, and his lungs hurt and he did not mind, because he was breathing the air that his godson was breathing somewhere in London, and nothing else mattered, and if he died on the boat between here and shore he would die a luckier man than the one who had walked into Azkaban in November of 1981. He did not die on the boat. He arrived in London at noon. Harry was in the audit chamber when they brought Sirius in. He had spent the morning with Crookfong, looking at properties. There were, it turned out, 4. There was the cottage in Godric's Hollow, which had been left in ruin and which Harry, at 5, was not yet willing to think about. There was a small estate in Kent called Potter Hall, which had been closed and warded since 1979. There was a tower on the western coast of Scotland called Black Quill that the Potters had owned since 1480, which Crookfong said had a famously rude house elf and a bookshop in the village below the tower. There was a house in London, in a square of houses where most of the others had been, by careful magical contracts, made invisible to the Muggle population, called No. 12 Raven's Gate, which had been the city residence of the Potters for 200 years and which currently had a leak in the roof and a kitchen full of dust and 3 nesting owls that had moved in. He had liked the sound of the tower. He had liked even more the sound of the rude house elf, because rude was a thing he could understand, and the prospect of a creature that did not pretend to like him sounded restful. He was about to ask Crookfong whether Black Quill had a bath, when the door of the chamber opened, and Sharptooth stepped in, and behind Sharptooth stood a man. The man was tall. The man was very tall. The man was so thin that the bones of his shoulders showed through the loose or cloak someone had put on him. His hair was long and black and matted. His face was the color of paper. His eyes, set in deep hollows, were the color of a sky right before snow. The man took one step into the room and then stopped, because his legs had decided, in that step, that they were not going to take him any closer without instruction. Harry slid off his cushioned chair. He did not run. 5-year-olds, when they are not raised in cupboards, run to the new safe person. Harry was not yet that kind of 5-year-old. He walked, instead. His small bare feet were silent on the stone. He stopped 2 feet in front of the tall thin man. "Sirius," he said. The man's mouth opened. The man's mouth closed. The man's hands, at his sides, shook once and stilled. "Hello, pup." "Hello. Do you know me?" "No. Not yet. Sharptooth told me about you. There's a memory I have of a black dog. He said the dog was you." You look like a dog." A laugh broke out of Sirius Black for the first time in 4 years. It was, by the nature of him, a hoarse and ruined laugh, and it cracked in the middle, and his eyes filled, and Harry, who had been studying the man's face with the small careful intent of his age, lifted both his small hands. "You can sit, if you want," Harry said. "On the floor. It's cold. But you look tired." Sirius Black, Godfather, reached for the floor with the slow shake of a man who has not bent his knees fully in some time, and sat. He sat heavily. His back was against the iron leg of the table. His knees fell open, the bones of them visible through the trousers. Harry sat opposite him. They were a foot apart. "Pup," Sirius said. "Yes. I knew your father." "All right." "I knew your mother." "All right." I am supposed to know how to do this, and I do not." "It's all right. I don't either. We can sit for a while." Sharptooth says when there are too many new things you can sit for a while and they get used to being there. Sirius's old laugh came again, smaller this time, more easily. "All right," he said. "All right, pup. We will sit." They sat. Across the room, Sharptooth quietly closed the door. Outside it, in the corridor, he held up a hand to the goblins waiting there with their parchments and their next questions and their reports on Pettigrew, and the goblins respected the hand, and they lowered the parchments, and they backed away from the door of the audit chamber and went up the corridor and around the corner, and the corridor was, for the next hour, silent. Inside, two people who had loved a small green-eyed boy and a tall laughing-man-girl who had grown up to be a witch sat on the floor and breathed, and looked at each other, and breathed, and did not say very much at all. Then, after a while, Sirius said, "Were you eating well, here?" "Yes." "They've been kind." "Yes." "Pup." "Yes." "I am going to take you home one day." "Not today. I have to get well. But one day. Soon. There's a place. I had a brother, once. He left me a house. It is not a good house. I will make it a good house. Will you come, when it's a good house?" "Yes," Harry said. "I will come." "Good," said Sirius Black. Then he wept, quietly, for the first time since November of 1981. Harry watched him for a long moment. He did not know what to do with the weeping. He had not been wept near before, except by himself, and never by an adult. He thought, slowly, about what he would have wanted, if he had been the one weeping. He scooted forward on the stone. He put his small hand on Sirius's bony knee. He did not say anything. He did not pat. He did not stroke. He just let his hand rest there, the way Sharptooth had let his attention rest on him, and waited. After a long time, Sirius's hand came down and covered Harry's. The cold thin fingers were as long as Harry's whole hand. They sat like that until the corridor outside the door was silent, and the corridor stayed silent, and the new things slowly began to get used to being there. Pettigrew, in the small interrogation room beneath the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, kept on the form of a rat for the first hour, in a small steel cage on the table. The cage was the goblin one. The bars of it sang very faintly at a frequency only he could hear, which was the sound of a man being told, by metal that had been forged for the purpose, that he could not change shape inside it. Robard sat on one side of the table with his arms folded and a quill in his hand. Madame Bone sat beside him, and across from them sat a goblin notary with 3 pages of prepared questions, and behind the notary stood 2 more aurors with their wands drawn and their faces blank. "Mr. Pettigrew," Bone said, after the hour. "We can do this all day. You are not going home. You are not going to be a rat any longer. The cage is a goblin design. The longer you wear the rat, the more of you it eats, and we both know what that does to an animagus who holds a shape under stress." The rat did not move. "Peter," she said. Something very small flickered behind the rat's eye. "I knew your mother," she said. "She used to play bridge with my father. She called you Peaky for the first 10 years of your life. She is still alive. She is still in Yorkshire. She is going to read tomorrow's prophet and learn that her son, whom she has been mourning, is not dead. I am asking you, Peter, to give her the chance to see you again, even like this, even in this room. I will let her come, if you will be a man. The rat in the cage went still. It went stiller than a rat goes. It went the kind of still a thing goes when it is making a decision. Then, very slowly, the rat began to grow. It grew first along the spine, then along the haunches, then along the arms, and the cage opened on its hinge, because Bones had touched the latch with her finger to make it possible, because it was not in fact necessary for the man to be in the cage when he resumed his shape, it had been necessary only to keep him from changing back into a rat once he was a man, and the goblin cage would, when latched again with him outside it, do exactly that. Peter Pettigrew stood in the middle of the small room. He was a small soft man with watery eyes and a round face and a missing finger on his right hand. He was naked. Someone had laid a blanket on the table for him. He took it. He wrapped himself in it. His shoulders shook. "Hello, Madam Bones." "Hello, Peter. You're going to want a confession." "I am. I'll give you one. Not for kindness. Because I'm going to die anyway. They'll kill me. The Death Eaters. They'll kill me. He'll come back. I don't, Peter. Sit. Sit down. Robards will get you tea. The dictation quill is on the table. You will tell us what you did. You will tell us what Sirius Black did not do. You will tell us, in particular, the location of the night of October 31st, 1981. You will speak truthfully. We will know if you lie. The notary is Goblin. Do you understand? He did. He sat down. He talked for 2 hours. By the end of the 2 hours there were 13 pages of confession on the dictation quill's parchment, and Peter Pettigrew was a smaller man than he had been when he had sat down, and Madam Bones, who had known him slightly at school and remembered him as a soft round boy who laughed at the wrong things, looked at him for a long moment when he was finished and said the only thing she could think of to say. "Was it worth it, Peter?" He did not answer for a long time. Then he said, in a voice that was almost a child's, "I was so tired of being the small one, Amelia. I was so tired." Bones did not say anything more. Robards led him out. The cage went back on the table. In the corridor, after he had been put in the deeper holding cell, Bones leaned against the stone wall for a moment and closed her eyes, and a single tear, which was the tear of a woman who had remembered a small boy laughing at the wrong joke at a tea party in 1965, went down her cheek without permission. She wiped it. She straightened. She went to her office. She had a Wiesengemot to convene. In the staff room of Hogwarts School, 300 miles north, the Morning Post had arrived at 7:30. The professors had read the prophet in silence. Minerva McGonagall had read it 3 times. Pomona Sprout had read the headline once, set the paper down, and gone outside into the herbology gardens, where she had stayed for 40 minutes before coming back in. Phileas Flitwick had read it through and then set it down and put his small hands flat on the table on either side of it and stayed that way for some time. Severus Snape, at the far end of the staff table, read the prophet with no expression on his face whatsoever. When he was finished he folded it neatly. He set it beside his teacup. He stood up. "I will be in my office," he said, to no one in particular. He went to his office. He locked the door. He sat down at his desk. He stared at the wall above his desk for the count of 500 breaths. Then he pulled out a sheet of parchment and a quill, and he wrote, in tight precise hand, a letter to Madame Amelia Bones at the Ministry. The letter contained 4 pieces of information. The first was that Severus Snape, on the night of November 1st, 1981, had met privately with Albus Dumbledore in his office and had been told that the Potter child was alive and had been placed somewhere safe. The second was that Severus Snape had, on no fewer than 9 subsequent occasions, asked the headmaster where the boy was, and had been told that for the safety of the boy the location must remain hidden. The third was that Severus Snape had, on 3 of those occasions, suspected he was being lied to and had attempted, by the discreet methods available to him, to verify the location independently. Each attempt had been frustrated by what he now suspected, on reading the prophet, were the very wards now described in the Goblin grievance. The wards had been keyed against him by name. The fourth was that Severus Snape would, if requested, testify at the Wisengamot hearing under oath, with a vial of memories prepared and willingly submitted to a pensieve. He attached, with the letter, a small list of 3 other senior Hogwarts staff who would, if asked, give similar testimony. He sealed the letter. He sent it by a common school owl, which would not be intercepted by the headmaster's wards, which had been keyed for personal owls and for letters going to certain destinations and not for school owls going to public ministry offices. The letter arrived on Bones's desk at noon. Bones read it twice. She put it in her safest drawer. She wrote a 1-line reply, Severus, you will testify on Friday at 11. I thank you. Snape read the reply at 3 in the afternoon. He folded it. He put it in his pocket. He went out to the dungeons and he taught a remedial brewing class to a group of 5th years, and he did not, for the duration of the class, raise his voice once, which was so unusual that 2 of the 5th years compared notes afterward and decided something had happened. Something had happened. In the small warm room at Gringotts, Sirius slept. He had been bathed and fed and put to bed by Andromeda, who had come down from the residential floor when she heard he was in the bank and had taken charge with the brisk competence of a healer of the deep school and the specific cruel kindness of a house of black cousin who had not seen her favorite cousin in 5 years and was not going to coddle him into delicacy now. Eat, she had said. Then bath. Then bed. Andy. Eat, Sirius. Andy, you are my cousin and I have not seen you in, eat. He had eaten. Then she had put him in the bath, and she had not let him be modest about it, and she had washed his hair with a steady firm hand, and she had not, when his shoulders shook in the warm water, said anything about the shaking. She had washed and rinsed and helped him out and dried him, and she had put him into a clean nightshirt and a clean robe and into a clean bed in the small room 3 doors down from Harry's, and she had sat down on the chair beside the bed. Andy. Sleep, Sirius. I will not sleep. You will sleep. I am a healer. I will sit until you do. I will hex you if you do not. He had laughed. The laugh was painful. He laughed anyway. Andy, the boy, is fine. He is having dinner with the goblins. He is making a small light in his palm. He has named the light Mr. Tibbles, although I do not know why. After a cat. There was a cat. On the wall. Across the road from, never mind. It does not matter. Sleep, Sirius. He slept. She watched him sleep for a long time. Her thin pale healer's hands sat folded in her lap. Her face did not move much. Her eyes, however, when she watched the rise and fall of his thin chest under the blanket, had in them something old and very dangerous, the same thing Harry had seen in Sharptooth's eyes at the slate. She did not, at any point that night, say aloud the name of the man who had done this to her cousin and to her cousin's godson and to the boy she had not yet met but already loved. She did not have to. The name was, by then, the name in every paper in Britain. She watched her cousin sleep. She thought, very precisely, about what she would say to Albus Dumbledore when she had the chance to address him in court. She rehearsed 3 sentences. She chose the 3rd. She filed it for use. Harry, after the day of new things, was put to bed in the small room with the impossible window. Andromeda came in first and tucked the blanket up to his chin. Sharptooth came in second and stood at the foot of the bed with his hands behind his back. Heir Potter. Yes. You did very well today. Thank you. You sat with your godfather for an hour and you did not weep. You held his hand. You let him weep on your hand. You ate a full dinner. You worked with Andromeda on the inside pictures for 40 minutes after that. You have, in 3 days, become a person. I have always been a person. Yes. You have always been a person. What I mean is, you have, in 3 days, become the person who is here now. Who is yours. Whom no one has been pulling apart in the dark. That is a different thing. Both are a person. Both are you. The new one is freer. Harry considered this. Sharp tooth. Yes. Tomorrow what? Tomorrow Madame Bones will come to take a statement from you. She will be kind. She will not ask you to perform any pain you do not need to perform. You will tell her the truth in your own words. She is recording it for the trial. The trial is in 3 days. All right. Sleep, Heir Potter. Sharp tooth. Yes. I'm glad you came to find me. Sharptooth did not say anything for a long moment. The not-quite smile pulled, this time, into a thing that was almost the whole shape of a smile. I am glad we did, Heir Potter. Sleep. He closed the door. In the corridor, he leaned, for a single private moment, with one hand against the stone wall, the way an old man leans at the end of a long day. He stood like that for the count of 3 breaths. Then he straightened. Then he went down the corridor, and through the audit chamber, and down 2 more flights, to the war room of the Iron Vein clan, where Crookfong and 3 other auditors were waiting with the trial briefs. He took his seat. Tell me, he said, how we will end him. The auditors began. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Wizengamot. The chamber was older than the building it sat in. The building had been knocked down twice and rebuilt 3 times since 1707, but the chamber, by ancient charter, had been preserved on each rebuild and slotted intact into the new construction. It was a circular room of black marble, 50 feet across, with a tiered dais of 50 seats running around the wall, and a small raised platform in the center for the speaker, and a witness box, and at the high seat, opposite the doors, a single carved chair of dark wood that was not quite a throne but was not quite anything else. The high seat was the seat of the chief warlock. The seat was empty when the chamber filled. This was, in the practiced memory of every member of the Wizengamot present, unprecedented. The chief warlock entered first by tradition, sat first, and watched the chamber fill from his chair. The chair, this morning, sat empty. Albus Dumbledore had been instructed, in writing, to take a seat among the floor members. He had not yet arrived. The minister sat instead, in a smaller chair to the left of the empty high seat. Madame Bones sat at his right. The goblin delegation, in formal court livery of black and silver, took the 7 seats reserved for invoked treaty parties along the bottom tier. Sharptooth was at the head of them. Crookfong sat at his right hand. Greybar stood behind him with the formal black token of summons in his fingers, turned once, twice, 3 times, in slow waiting. In the gallery above the chamber, separated from the floor by a low rail and a soft transparent ward that muted sound but did not block sight, sat Harry Potter, in clean small robes the goblins had had cut for him overnight in the deep tailoring rooms of the bank. Andromeda sat beside him on his right. Sirius sat beside Andromeda. He had been allowed to attend on Healer Morn's grudging permission, on the condition that he would leave at the first sign of strain. He had given his word. He had not, however, said how loose he would interpret the strain. Remus Lupin sat beside Sirius. Remus had not been seen in the company of either Black or Potter in 4 years, and a few of the older Wizengamot members on the floor below glanced up at the gallery as they took their seats and saw him there and felt, at the sight, an unease they could not quite name. The doors opened. Albus Dumbledore came in. He came in alone. He did not have his usual entourage. He did not have Fawkes on his shoulder. He did not have his pointed hat. He wore plain dark robes, well cut but not elaborate, and his white beard was tucked into his belt for tidiness, and his ringed hand was bare. The ring had been left at home. The elder wand was, by Madame Bones's writ, in a sealed evidence box on the prosecutor's table. He walked to the floor seat that had been assigned him. He sat. He did not, on the way, look up at the gallery. The minister cleared his throat. "This session of the Waisengamot," he said, "is convened on the 18th of August, 1985, under invocation of the Goblin Wizard Concordat of 1612. The matter before this body is the formal grievance lodged by the Goblin Nation, on behalf of heir Harry James Potter, against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The charges have been distributed in writing. They will be read aloud now, for the record, by the clerk of the Waisengamot." The clerk read. The reading took 23 minutes. The chamber listened in silence. Theft, in 3 counts. Forgery, in 2. Wrongful imprisonment without trial, of 1 Sirius Orain Black, in 1 count. Fraudulent guardianship, in 1 count. Conducting unauthorized magical experimentation upon a minor of an allied family, in 1 count. Removal and retention of cultural artifacts of an allied family, in 2 counts. Conducting unauthorized blood-keyed entry into a sealed ancestral vault, in 3 counts. Procuring forged witnessings via memory charm, in 1 count. Causing, by extraction of magic, ongoing magical injury to a minor, in 1 count. 11 counts in total. Each count, by treaty, carried a separate penalty. By the practiced calculations of the older barristers in the room, the cumulative penalty if all 11 were found, even at the lower end of the sentencing scale, would amount to confinement for the remainder of the natural life of the accused, plus restitution measured in the high 6 figures of galleons, plus voiding of all titles, plus voiding of all magical guardianship rights and privileges in perpetuity. When the clerk finished, the chamber was quiet. The minister said, "How does the accused plead?" Dumbledore stood. He looked, for a long moment, around the chamber. He looked at the goblins. He looked at Madame Bones. He did not, this time, look up at the gallery, although Harry, watching, saw the small movement of his eyes that indicated he had wanted to and had stopped himself. "I would request," Dumbledore said, in the voice that had, for 50 years, calmed audiences and reasoned with kings and persuaded the most dangerous men in Europe, the chance to address the chamber before pleading. The minister looked at Bones. Bones looked at Sharptooth. Sharptooth nodded, once. "You may have 10 minutes, the minister said. "No more." Dumbledore took the speaker's platform. "My honored colleagues," he began. "I do not stand here to deny the facts. The facts are, as set out in the grievance, substantively as the goblins describe. I have, on a number of occasions, taken from the Potter Vault sums and items in support of activities I believed, in the moment of taking, to be necessary for the larger preservation of magical Britain. I have, on a number of occasions, exercised authority over the magical signature of heir Potter in support of those same activities. I have, in the sole instance of Sirius Black, signed a document that bypassed proper trial procedure on the strength of evidence I, at the time, considered conclusive. The evidence, I now know, was incomplete." He paused. The chamber was utterly still. "I do not say these things in defense. I say them because I have not, in 50 years of public life, lied to this chamber, and I will not begin today. The pleas I have available to me are guilty, not guilty, and a third plea, recognized but rare, of guilty by necessity. I am tempted, my friends, I will be honest with you, I am tempted by the third. I believe, if you will hear me, that the case for it can be made." He drew a small breath. He looked, for the first time, very tired. "There is a war coming. The man who was called by no name, whom we did not in life dare to refer to even now, is not finished. He survived. He is, at this hour, a thing of vapor and patience, and he is gathering himself, and he will return. I have known this since the night of November 1st, 1981. I have, since that night, ordered every action I have taken in a frame of preparation for his return. The Potter vaults supplied resources. The Potter magic, I will say plainly, supplied a power I could not summon in myself. The boy was protected, in the home of his aunt, by blood wards I considered the strongest available. I did not know, until this week, the conditions in which he was kept. I did not visit. I did not check. That was, I will admit, a failure. It was a failure of attention, not of intent. He paused again. He looked, finally, up at the gallery. He met Harry's eyes for the first time since 1981. "Harry," he said. "I am sorry. For all of it. For everything. I will not ask your forgiveness. I have not earned it. I will say only that what I did because I believed it was the only way to save you and the world that contained you. I was wrong about the means. I was, and I remain, correct about the end. The man who killed your parents will return. He will come for you. The protections I had erected for you have, by the events of this week, been disrupted. I beg of you, my colleagues, that whatever you do today, you do not also strip the boy of every tool the Order of the Phoenix had been preparing for that day. He is, whether we wish it or not, the only person whose magic our prophecies indicate can stand against him. He is 5 years old. He is small. He needs help. I had been preparing it. I would have offered it, freely, in his time. I beg this body to ensure that whatever guardian replaces me, that work continues." The chamber was silent for the count of 3 breaths. Then Sharptooth stood. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The goblin was, in court, the kind of speaker whose stillness drew attention more powerfully than another speaker's volume. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore," he said. "May I ask you a question, before this chamber, on the record, under oath?" Dumbledore inclined his head. "You may. You have just said, sir, that the magic you took from the boy supplied a power you could not summon in yourself. To what end was that power used?" Dumbledore's face did not change. But the chamber, watching, saw a small thing happen behind his eyes that was the first real visible flicker of a man who had not been asked a question he could not answer in many years. "In support of the Order's work," he said. "Wards. Protections. Communications across distances. Sir. I have on this table a sealed report from Auditor Crookfong of the Iron Vein clan. The report sets out, with citations to specific dates and specific magical workings, the actual uses to which the extracted Potter magic was put. 3 of those uses are protective in nature. 11 of them are not. The 11 non-protective uses include, in order of magnitude, research into a wand of historical significance, research into the mechanism of soul fragmentation, research into the magic of self-extension across decades, research into the binding of phoenix magic to wand cores, research into the manipulation of prophecy, research into wandless casting at distance, research into the dark mark and its tracking properties, and 4 other researches we will not list in open chamber for reasons of public safety. He paused. "Tell me, sir, which of these 11 supports the work of an Order of the Phoenix, and not the work of one man's curiosity, ambition, and old fear?" The chamber held its breath. Dumbledore did not answer. He did not answer for a count of 9 breaths. The Wisengamot clerk, on the chair beside the platform, marked the silence into the record. "I will, with the chamber's permission, withdraw my offer of guilty by necessity," Dumbledore said, finally, in a voice that was thinner than it had been at the start of his speech. "I plead guilty to the 11 counts as stated." The chamber, which had thought itself prepared for a defense, sat for a long moment in the silence of a body that had girded itself for a fight and had been answered with a surrender. The minister, who was not a fast thinker but was, on his good days, a decent one, found his voice. Mr. Dumbledore. The chamber will, at the conclusion of evidence, deliberate sentence. Your plea is recorded. You will sit. You will not speak again until called. Dumbledore sat. The pensive evidence was the longest part of the proceeding. The chamber had a great central pensieve, of carved stone, and a copying instrument that could project the contents of a memory onto the air above it for the chamber to view. The first memory shown was Harry's own, given by him in a private session the day before with Madame Bones and Andromeda present, of the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, on the morning of Graybar's arrival. The image showed the boy, in a thin t-shirt with orange-stained fingers, weeding marigolds. The image showed the bruise across the bottom of his back when he stood. The image showed the look on his face when Graybar first stepped from the rose bushes. The chamber, watching, made small sounds. A woman in the third tier, on the back row, who had not in 15 years made any sound during a proceeding, made a sound. A man in the second tier turned his face into his hand. The minister, who had been holding a quill, set it down very carefully, because he was no longer entirely sure of the steadiness of his hand. The second memory was the Goblin detector ritual, recorded by Sharptooth, of the slate showing the 11 bindings written out in lines. The third memory was the unbinding, recorded by Healer Morn, of the small wicked thing coming out of Harry's scar and being crushed in mid-air. The chamber, at this point, made no sound at all. The thing the chamber had seen come out of the boy's scar was, by the thin specialty of the older members, recognizable as a fragment of soul. There were 3 witches and 1 wizard on the floor who had, in their long lifetimes, encountered such a thing in research. Each of them, on seeing it, went rather pale, because each of them knew what it meant about the man who had sat in the high seat of this chamber for the last 40 years and had told them, repeatedly, that the wizard whose name no one said had been finally and utterly destroyed. The fourth memory was Severus Snape's, given under oath at the witness platform, of 9 occasions on which he had asked the headmaster where the boy was, and had been lied to, and had attempted independent verification, and had been frustrated by wards. Snape stood in the witness box for 40 minutes. He answered every question put to him in a voice that was flat, exact, and undeniable. He did not, at any point, look at Albus Dumbledore. He did, once, look up at the gallery. He met Harry's eyes for the briefest second and Harry, who had been studying every face in the chamber with the small careful intent of his age, saw something in the man's expression that he would not have had a word for. He thought it might be the look a person had when they were saying, silently, "I am sorry I did not come for you." He filed the look away. He nodded, very slightly, in the gallery, so only Snape would see. Snape's mouth did, for a quarter of a second, a thing that was almost a smile. Then he was gone from the witness box. The fifth memory was Pettigrew's confession, in its entirety, all 2 hours of it, played on QuickTime so that the chamber could see the substance in 45 minutes. The chamber, watching, learned for the first time the precise sequence of events of November 1, 1981. The chamber learned which one of the marauders had been the secret keeper. The chamber learned that the secret keeper had, on the day before he had betrayed his friends, been told by Albus Dumbledore that the order had been compromised and that he was to use his discretion. Pettigrew had used his discretion. The chamber learned the discretion had cost Lily and James Potter their lives, and Sirius Black his freedom for nearly 4 years, and Harry Potter his magic for nearly 4 years more. When the memory was over, the minister called a recess. The chamber stood. In the gallery, Harry took one of Andromeda's hands and one of Sirius's hands and did not say anything for the length of the recess. Sirius's hand, in his, was less cold than it had been the day before. Andromeda's hand was steady. Harry, in the middle, was the warm one, and he understood with the small clean knowing of his age that he was holding, between them, the only 2 adults in this room who had, by any measure that mattered, been his family his whole life and not known it. Remus, besides Sirius, did not reach for any of them. He had not been Harry's by blood. He sat beside them, and he did not weep, and he did not speak, and his presence, Harry decided, was the kind of warmth a person did not have to be touching you to feel. After the recess, Lucius Malfoy stood. This surprised half the chamber. The other half, who had read Lucius's politics correctly, had been waiting for it. "Minister," Lucius said, in the cool slow drawl that he used when he was about to put a knife somewhere unexpected. "If I may. With the chamber's indulgence. As one of the 7 members of this body who has, I will admit, been on the receiving end of Albus Dumbledore's confidence on a number of strategic matters over the last 2 decades, I feel I must speak to a particular point." The minister hesitated. Bones, beside him, said quietly, "Let him speak. Mr. Malfoy. You have the floor for 5 minutes. Lucius did not need 5. "The accused," he said, "has, in his statement to this chamber, asked us to consider that he was acting in the long preparation for the return of a particular wizard. I find this defense both interesting and convenient. Interesting because, as my honorable colleagues will recall, I am a former associate of that wizard, and I have given the chamber a great deal of intelligence regarding his methods over the years. The methods of that wizard, I will say to you plainly, included the deliberate use of soul fragmentation to extend his life. The intelligence I provided this chamber regarding that practice was, the chamber may recall, dismissed by then-Chief Warlock Dumbledore as speculative. I now learn from the Goblin Auditor's report that the very same Chief Warlock was, at that moment, conducting unauthorized research into the same phenomenon, using stolen Potter magic. I am moved, my colleagues, to ask the chamber a question. If the man who was the public face of the war against the Dark Lord was, in private, conducting the same forbidden research as the Dark Lord, on whose side, in the long count of history, was he? The chamber was silent. I leave the question with you, my colleagues. I plead, by my vote, guilty on all 11 counts. I plead, additionally, that this body open a separate inquiry into the matter of how a sitting Chief Warlock came to be researching in private the precise dark arts he was charged with public condemnation of. I yield the floor. He sat. In the gallery, Sirius Black, who had been a Black for 36 years and had, at school, hated Lucius Malfoy with a clean steady passion, leaned over to Harry and whispered, "I have, pup, never agreed with that man on anything. Today I agree with him on one thing. Note the date. We will not speak of it again." Harry, who was 5, nodded gravely. Then he laughed, very small, into his sleeve, because the gallery had been quiet for too long, and because Sirius's whisper had been funny. The laugh, small as it was, traveled. Several members of the floor looked up. Dumbledore, in his floor seat, did not look up. He kept his eyes on his folded hands. The vote, at the end, was 87-4, with 3 abstentions, in favor of conviction on all 11 counts. The 4 against were the 4 members who had been, for most of their political lives, in personal debt to the accused, and whose votes were noted by the clerk in the formal margin with the dry word, "predictable." The sentence was read by Madame Bones. It was, even by the high estimation of the older barristers, surprising in its thoroughness. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore was, by the chamber's vote, stripped of the title of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, effective immediately, stripped of the title of Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, with notice to be sent to that body within the hour by Ministry Owl, stripped of the position of headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, with the school's Board of Governors instructed to convene before the start of the autumn term to appoint a successor, stripped of all magical guardianship rights of the minor heir Harry James Potter, in perpetuity, with no right of appeal, ordered to surrender to the Goblin Auditors the entirety of the contents of his personal vault, his 3 professional vaults, his summer cottage in the Highlands, his bookshop interest in Hogsmeade, and his correspondence library held at his ancestral family home in Godric's Hollow, the proceeds of all of which to be held in trust by the Goblin Nation pending final restitution to the heir Potter, ordered to deliver the Potter cloak and the Peveril signet to the Goblin Nation by the end of the day, by his own hand, into the small warm room at Gringotts where the heir was in residence, ordered to surrender the wand currently on the prosecutor's table, identified by its history as the Elder Wand, to the goblin warders who would, by mutual treaty agreement, seal it in a vault not to be opened in his lifetime, ordered to confine himself to a single secured floor of the Ministry Hospital wing, under permanent goblin and auror watch, until such time as the curse upon his ringed hand should take its course, with no visitors except those approved in writing by both Madame Bones and the heir Potter's magical guardian. On the matter of Sirius Orain Black, separately, full pardon, restoration of all rights and properties, restitution from the accused seized assets in the sum of 200,000 galleons, and an immediate writ of magical guardianship, conditional on his fitness as assessed by Healer Morn at the close of his medical recovery, over heir Harry James Potter, to take effect upon Andromeda Tonks's choice to relinquish her current guardianship, which Andromeda had indicated, in writing, she would do upon Sirius's recovery and only with the full and free consent of the boy. On the matter of Peter Pettigrew, separately, confession entered, charges laid, trial set for 2 weeks hence, with bail denied. The minister read the last line and set the parchment down. The chamber, which had been silent, made the small collective sound of a body that has, in the course of a long morning, watched a giant be unmade. Dumbledore did not move from his seat. He did not look up. He said, very quietly, I accept the chamber's judgment. Bones nodded to the aurors at the chamber doors. The aurors crossed the floor. They came to stand on either side of the man who had sat in the chair behind them for 40 years. They did not touch him. They did not need to. They waited. Dumbledore stood. He turned. He looked, finally, up at the gallery. He looked at Harry. Harry, in the gallery, with Andromeda's hand in his right and Sirius's in his left, did not stand. He did not need to. He looked back. His green eyes, which were his mother's eyes, met the eyes of the old man who had eaten his magic for 4 years. He did not speak. He did not smile. He did not glower. He looked. Dumbledore looked away first. Then he turned, with the deliberate care of a man who has been required, in one morning, to set down everything he had picked up over a lifetime, and walked between the aurors out of the chamber. The door closed behind them. In the gallery, Sirius Black, Godfather, lifted his thin shaking hand and, very quietly, set the smallest gesture of contempt the Black family had ever taught him toward the closed door. 3 fingers. Andromeda, on Harry's other side, watched her cousin do it and, after a small considered pause, lifted her own hand, and lifted her own 3 fingers. She had not, in 8 years, used a black gesture in public. She used it now. Harry, who was small and watching, lifted his small right hand, and, after a moment of careful study, raised 3 of his fingers, the smallest, in the same shape. The 3 of them, in the gallery of the Wisengamot chamber, made the gesture together, and held it for the count of 1 breath, and then lowered their hands. Below them, on the floor, Madame Bones, who had been watching with her thin practiced face, saw the gesture, and her mouth, for the first time that day, did the thing that was almost a smile, and she did not stop herself. The chamber, in time, emptied. The Wisengamot was adjourned. Outside, in the corridor, Sharptooth stood waiting, with his hands behind his back, and the parchment of the chamber's verdict folded into his coat. Heir Potter, he said. Sharptooth. Are you well? Yes. Will you eat? Yes. Then come. They walked, the small group of them, down the long corridor of the ministry, and the press behind the rope at the far end pressed forward and called out with their cameras, and the aurors held the rope, and Harry, in the middle, did not look at the cameras. He looked at the floor. Then he looked up, only once, when a small voice in his head told him to, and he saw, in the very back of the press of journalists, a thin pale-haired man in a dark coat, leaning against the wall, watching. The man's eyes were dark and quiet, and he did not raise a camera. He nodded, once, very slightly, when Harry's eyes met his. Then Harry was past, and through the doors, and into the late summer light of London, and into a goblin coach that had been waiting at the curb, and the doors closed behind him. In the coach, Andromeda, Sirius, Remus, and Sharptooth. Sirius, after a long moment, leaned his head back against the upholstered wall and closed his eyes. "Well, pup," he said. "That, I think, was a good morning." Harry, who had spent the morning in a circle of black marble watching a man come apart, considered the assessment, and decided it was correct, and laughed once, very small, into his hand. He laughed for a long moment, and the laugh, in the close warm coach, travelled into Andromeda, and into Sirius, and into Remus, and into Sharptooth, and although none of them laughed aloud with him, all four of them smiled, and the coach, under the wheels, rolled out into the streets of London with a small bright sound. The night before the chamber, the small warm room with the impossible window had been quiet for 3 hours. Harry sat in the chair by the window, with his knees pulled up and a blanket around his shoulders, and watched Auld Robin hop on the high pine branch and ruffle his rude old feathers at a smaller bird who had made the mistake of landing too close. Andromeda sat on the floor at the foot of the chair, with her back against the wall, going through a stack of parchments that Crookfong had given her that afternoon. Sirius lay on a long padded bench at the side of the room with his eyes closed and a clean white blanket over his bony chest, sleeping in the careful shallow way of a man who was teaching himself the shape of sleep again. Sharptooth stood at the door. He did not, as a rule, sit while the boy was awake. "Heir Potter." "Yes. You will be asked, at some point in the morning, whether you wish to address the chamber." "Yes. You may say no. Madam Bones will not require it. Your statement is already on record. But you may, if you wish, speak. The chamber will let you. The chamber will, in fact, expect that you will not, because you are 5 years old, and it would be the natural thing for you not to. All right. What I want to ask, Heir Potter, is whether you wish to be the natural thing or the unexpected thing." Harry thought about it. The fish under the ice in him, which he could now feel as a steady warm thing rather than a tired distant thing, swam once in a slow circle. "If I speak," he said, "what should I say?" "That is for you. I will tell you only this. If you speak, every newspaper in Britain will quote you tomorrow. Every household will be reading you with their breakfast. Some will say it is shameful that a child be made to speak in such a chamber. Some will say it was right. The chamber will, in either case, be unable to look away from you. That is a power. It is a small power, and a temporary one, but it is real. You may, if you wish, use it. You may, if you wish, save it for another morning." Harry was quiet for a long time. "I want to say one thing," he said. "Then think on what the one thing is. You have until morning." He thought. He thought about it through dinner. He thought about it during the bath. He thought about it as Andromeda dried his hair and helped him into a clean nightshirt. He thought about it when he climbed into the bed in the small warm room, and he thought about it while he lay on his back and looked at the ceiling, and at some point he fell asleep thinking about it, and when he woke in the morning he had it. It was a single sentence. He did not tell anyone what the sentence was. He held it carefully in his mouth, the way a child holds the first word he has chosen for himself in a language he is still learning, and he carried it with him through breakfast and through the dressing and into the goblin coach, and through the long corridor of the ministry, and up the stairs to the gallery, and through the long morning of the chamber. He waited until the aurors had begun to walk Dumbledore out. Then he stood. He stood in the gallery, and he laid one small hand on the rail in front of him, and the chamber, which had been preparing to file out, paused. The minister, on the chair below, looked up. Madam Bones looked up. Sharptooth looked up. The small pale-haired man at the back of the press corridor in the corridor outside, who had been waiting on his own purposes, set down his quill and looked up. Albus Dumbledore, between the two aurors, paused at the door, and looked up. Harry, in the gallery, met his eyes. "Mr. Dumbledore," he said, in a voice that was a 5-year-old's voice but did not waver. "I want you to know that I am keeping it." The chamber was silent. "All of it," Harry said. "Every piece. The light. The cloak. The ring. The memories. The names. Whatever you took. I am keeping. From now on. It is mine. And I do not forgive you. Not because I am unkind. Because forgiving you is a thing for grown-ups, and I am not one yet. When I am one, maybe. For now, I am keeping." He sat down again. The chamber, which had not made a sound during the speech, did not make a sound for several breaths after. Then, in the very back of the floor, a single old witch in the violet robes of the senior bench began to clap, very slowly. She was joined, 2 breaths later, by Lucius Malfoy. By the end of the count of 7 the entire chamber was on its feet, and the chamber clapped, in the quiet measured way of a body that does not know how else to mark a moment, while a small bruised 5-year-old boy sat in the gallery between his godfather and his magical guardian and his father's last true friend, and did not stand, and did not smile, and did not bow, and let them clap. The clapping went on for 31 seconds. When it stopped, Dumbledore was already gone. The morning's later events were, by the standards of the Ministry, an unprecedented logistical achievement. The cloak was delivered, in person, by Albus Dumbledore, escorted by Aurors, to the small warm room at Gringotts, at 3 in the afternoon. It came folded in a square of clean white silk. Sharptooth received it. He laid it on the table. He did not, by the protocols of his clan, touch the silk himself. Harry came in. He stood at the table for a long moment. He pulled the silk back. The cloak was the color of moving water. It was made of a fabric he had no word for. It did not reflect the light of the room and it did not absorb it, it did something else with it, which made looking at the cloak directly difficult. When he picked it up, it weighed almost nothing in his hands. "It is yours," Sharptooth said. "Yes. Try it on." Harry put it on. He vanished from the table up. He looked down at himself. The lower halves of his small legs were where they had been. The upper half of him was nowhere. He laughed, the way a child laughs at the discovery of a new joke, and he turned in a slow circle, and his lower half turned with him, and he laughed again. "Useful," Sharptooth said, dryly. "Take it off, Heir Potter. You will frighten the goblin staff. They are not easily frightened. It is bad for their pride." He took it off. He folded it, with care, in the way Andromeda had shown him to fold things he wished to keep. He set it on the table. "Mine," he said. "Yours." The signet was delivered an hour later. It came in a small black box. Inside the box lay the ring, on a square of black velvet, and beside the ring lay a folded note in Dumbledore's hand. The note read, "I am sorry. I should not have worn it. The curse is mine to carry. The ring is yours." Harry read the note. He set it aside without comment. He looked at the ring. The ring was a heavy dark band of metal with a small black stone, faceted and old. "It is cursed," Sharptooth said. "Not for you. For him. For us, for now, the danger is the stone. The stone is one of 3 matched objects of a particular old kind. We will not, today, set the ring on your finger. We will, today, set it in the case the goblin smiths have prepared for it, in the deepest of the ancestral vault chambers, where it will keep until you are old enough to know the choice it offers." "What choice?" "A choice for another year, Heir Potter. I will tell you about it when you are 9. Not before. Will you trust me on this?" Harry studied the small black stone in the ring. He did not, by the careful intuition of his age, want to put the ring on. He did not yet have the word for why. He only knew that it was a thing best set aside for now. "Yes," he said. I will trust you. Good. Then we put it away. The wand was delivered last. The aurors brought it in a sealed evidence box. Sharptooth, alone of the goblins in the room, opened the box and lifted the wand from it with a square of black silk wrapped around his hand. The wand was long, and pale, and very plain. He carried it down 5 flights, into the deep storage of the bank. He laid it in a vault not to be opened for the natural lifetime of the man who had wielded it. He sealed the vault. When he came back up, Harry was asleep on the bench in the small warm room, with the cloak across his knees and one small hand resting on a fold of it, and Sirius asleep on the long padded bench across from him, and Andromeda at the table reading a book with her thin pale fingers steady on the page. Sharptooth nodded, once, to himself. He went to bed. The day, by his clan's accounting, had been a good one. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Sirius free. Pettigrew caught the fortnight between the Wisengamot session and Peter Pettigrew's trial moved at the speed of 2 different clocks. For the wizarding press it ran fast, with each new edition of the Prophet bringing fresh disclosures from the Goblin auditor's running ledger. For Sirius Black, in the small healing rooms 3 doors down from Harry's, it ran slowly. He slept 10 hours a day at the start of that fortnight, and 12 a day in the middle, and by the end he was sleeping 8, which Healer Morn told him sternly was the floor he was not to drop below for at least a month. Andromeda was a strict healer. Sirius. Yes, Andy. Eat the egg. I have eaten the egg. Eat the second egg. There is a second egg? There is. There has been. There will be. I will continue to put a second egg on your plate every morning until I see that you have a healthier color than I last saw on you in your 5th year at Hogwarts. Eat. He ate. It was, he told her on the 3rd morning, the most aggressive nursing he had received in his life, and it had occurred at the hands of a witch who had not, in his memory, been particularly friendly to him as a boy. She allowed, after some thought, that this was a correct assessment of their boyhood relations, and that she had not been particularly friendly to him because he had pulled her hair on 3 occasions when he was 8 and she had been 13. She was, she told him, attempting to make up for the lapse with cooking. She would charge no fee. He owed her for the eggs. He laughed. He laughed often, in the 2nd week. The laugh was, at the start, a thin worn thing that did not have much to it. By the end of the 2nd week it had picked up some color. It still hurt his chest. He did not mind. The hurt, he had decided, was the price of getting his ribs back on the inside of his lungs where they belonged. Harry came in twice a day. He came in the morning, before lessons, and he sat on the edge of the bench while Sirius ate. He came in the late afternoon, after lessons, and he climbed up onto the bench beside Sirius and he leaned his small head against the bony shoulder and they read together, slowly, from a book Andromeda had brought, which was a book of stories that had no pictures in it because Andromeda did not believe in pictures in books past the age of 3. The book was called Tales of the Wizarding World. The first story in it was about a tortoise who outlived a wizard. Harry did not understand the moral. Sirius did. He explained it, gently, in the 2nd day reading, and Harry considered it gravely and then said, but the tortoise didn't have to live a long time to win. He just had to live longer than the wizard. The wizard was bad at waiting. Sirius, who had not laughed deeply in 4 years, laughed deeply. Pup, he said, when he could speak. Pup, that is the moral. That is exactly the moral. Andy, did you hear him? I heard him, Andromeda said, from the door. I am unsurprised. I am not in this household, Sirius, the only sharp black. You're a Tonks, Andy. I am a black who became a Tonks. I am still sharp. We are all sharp. It is a hereditary curse. We will pass it to him. She set down a tray of soup. She left. Sirius watched her go. He looked at the small boy beside him with the dark mop of hair and the green eyes. Pup. Yes. Thank you. For what? For the morning in the chamber. It was not a hard morning. It was a very hard morning, pup. Even for a grown-up. You did it. I did the right thing. That makes the morning easy. The wrong thing is what makes mornings hard. Sirius was quiet for a long time. Then he lifted his bony hand and laid it, very lightly, on the top of Harry's head, and held it there for a count of 3 breaths, and lifted it off again. Lily would have said that, he said. Just like that. Was that her name? Lily? It was. It is. I do not, pup, think a name like that goes away. I think she still has it. Wherever she is. A name like Lily is a name a person keeps forever. Harry thought about that. He filed it away. In the days following, when he was alone in the small warm room with the impossible window and old Robin on the high pine branch, he sometimes whispered the name to himself. Lily. 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 The whisper was very small. He did it because the name had been, he understood, in his mouth for a long time without his knowing, and now that he knew it he wanted to hear it in his own voice. The whisper, after a few days, took root in him in the way a certain kind of word takes root in a child, and it became a thing he could call up at need, and it warmed him. He never used it in front of anyone. It was, by his small careful judgment, a private word. The Hogwarts Board of Governors met on the morning of the 22nd of August. The meeting lasted 7 hours. By all reports it was a contentious meeting. The names that had been considered for the headmastership included 2 former heads of house, 1 current Hogwarts deputy, and a respected scholar who had retired from the school a decade before to write a history of magical law. The decision, when it came, was unanimous. Minerva McGonagall would serve as headmistress. She had been deputy for 14 years. She had, by her own account, never wanted the post and had assumed she never would have to take it. The board, on the 7th hour of the meeting, presented her with the choice in a manner that was, by the description of one of the governors who had been present, neither subtle nor merciful. She had asked for an hour to think. She had been given an hour. She had returned. She had said, yes, with conditions. The conditions had been read into the minutes. They were, first, that the curriculum of defense against the dark arts be expanded, with additional emphasis on the recognition and undoing of bindings, blocks, and unauthorized magical signatures placed on minor students. Second, that the hospital wing perform, on every student entering Hogwarts for the next 10 years, a discrete diagnostic for any of the categories of binding identified in the Potter case, free of cost, with parental notification of any positive results. Third, that the headmaster's office no longer hold the unilateral power to ward against incoming staff communications, with a new charter requiring heads of house to be able to send messages to students and to receive replies without administrative interception. Fourth, that the headmaster's quarters be rotated, with the historical office to be preserved as a museum and a new head's quarters established in the south wing where the wards could not be inherited by a single occupant for life. The board approved all 4 conditions. Madame McGonagall took office that afternoon. She gave one public statement. It read, in its entirety, "The school will continue. The school will be better. Children, please bring me no owls until September the 1st. The prophet ran the statement on the front page in 20-point type beside a photograph of her looking, with a measured and characteristic firmness, at the camera. Several thousand owls were sent to Hogwarts in the next 6 hours despite her instruction. None of them were her former students, who knew her well enough not to. All of them were politicians. McGonagall, who had received owls from politicians for 14 years and who had taken pleasure all that time in not answering them, sent a single owl in return to each. The owl carried a piece of parchment. The parchment said, "I do not, at this time, accept owls from your office. M. McGonagall, Headmistress." The politicians, in the privacy of their own offices, swore variously and dropped the matter. She had, after all, asked nicely. Pettigrew's trial took 5 hours. It was held in the same chamber. Pettigrew, in a clean robe and plain shackles, sat at the witness platform and answered Madame Bones's questions in a voice that was small and steady, the way a man's voice goes small and steady when he has stopped trying to find a way out and has begun, instead, to try and place down, in the right order, the things he has done. The chamber, watching, did not pity him. The chamber, watching, did not, however, hate him as much as some of the older hands had thought it would. There was a quality in Peter Pettigrew at the witness platform that made hatred difficult. He looked, mostly, like a man who had been small and tired and afraid all his life and had, in service of that smallness, made a series of choices each of which had been the wrong one and each of which he had known at the moment of choosing was wrong. The verdict was guilty on all counts. The sentence was Azkaban for the rest of his natural life. The sentence was read by the minister. Sirius, in the gallery, did not lift any fingers in any gesture toward the small soft man. He sat with his hands flat on his knees and his eyes on the floor. Harry, beside him, watched Pettigrew be led out, and did not, for the duration of the leading, look anywhere else. At the door, Pettigrew paused. He looked up at the gallery. His eyes met Harry's. "Boy," he said. The auror stiffened. The chamber stiffened. Bones, on the floor, half stood. "It's all right," Harry said, in the gallery. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The chamber, by then, had learned to hear him. Let him say it. Pettigrew did not say it for a long moment. "Your father," he said, finally, in a voice that was not steady, "made me feel taller than I was, at school. I did not, in the end, have the inside of me that he had. I am sorry I gave you up. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry." He did not wait for Harry to answer. He turned. The aurors led him out. Harry, in the gallery, watched the door close. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, softly, to Sirius, "I do not forgive him either." "No," Sirius said. "But I think he is sorry." "He is. It is not enough." "No." "All right." Sirius reached out, slowly, and laid his thin hand on Harry's small shoulder. He did not speak. The chamber emptied. Dumbledore was, by the 8th day of his confinement, a different man. Healer Morn, on his daily inspection of the ringed hand, reported in his careful written log that the curse had advanced more rapidly under stress than under ease, and that the man's strength was failing more visibly each morning. The aurors who watched the door noted that he no longer rose from the chair by the window. He took meals slowly. He did not write letters. The portraits on the walls of the secured suite, there were 3, and they were of his own choosing, had not, by report, been spoken to in 5 days. He spoke, however, on the morning of the 9th day, to a single visitor. The visitor, by his own request and over the objections of 3 ministry officials, was Severus Snape. Snape arrived at 11. He was admitted by the aurors. He sat, on a chair the aurors had set in the doorway of the suite, where the watch line was unbroken. He did not enter the suite. Dumbledore, in the chair by the window, did not turn to look at him. Severus. Headmaster. I am not, any longer, the headmaster. Minerva is. Have you spoken to her? I have. She is well. She has, on her first day, removed 3 of the 4 wards you placed on the staff flue. She has informed me in writing that she will remove the 4th when she has identified what it does. That is sensible of her. It is. A long silence. Severus. I will not, in this conversation, make excuses. You will not allow me to, and I do not, in this room and on this morning, have the heart for it. I will say, only, that I had thought, all these years, that what I was doing was necessary. I will say that I am not certain I was wrong about the necessity. I will say only that I am certain, now, that I was wrong about the price. Headmaster. Severus. I will not call you that. All right. Albus, then. I will not call you that either. I will call you nothing today. I have come to ask you one question. I have not come for any reconciliation. I have come because the question, having been put off for 15 years, has become a thing I do not wish to die without an answer to. Dumbledore's old hands, on the arms of the chair, did not move. Ask. In the autumn of 1980, when I came to you with the prophecy, and I begged you to protect Lily, and you swore to me that you would, did you protect her? The old man did not answer for a long time. I did what I could. That is not the question. Did you protect her? A longer silence. I did not. Not entirely. There were measures I could have taken that I did not take, because the larger plan I had built required certain, I cannot, Severus, finish that sentence in this room. I will not. I will only say to you the truth. No. I did not protect her. Not as I could have. Not as I should have. The silence in the open doorway was a silence of a particular kind. It was not the silence of a man being dramatic. It was the silence of a man who, having known a thing in his bones for 15 years, had finally heard it spoken aloud, and was deciding what to do with the knowledge now that it was an outside thing. Thank you, Snape said, after the silence. Severus. No. Do not. I have my answer. You will not get from me, today or any other day, a word of forgiveness. You did not, by your own admission, protect her. You cannot, then, ask any forgiveness of me. I will see her name back on my own tongue without your shadow in it. That is all I came for. He stood. One more thing, he said, at the door. The boy. Severus. I will protect him. I will do, in his life, what you did not do in his mother's. You will know, in this room, that I will. You will know that the thing you set down in 1981 has been picked up by someone with a steadier grip. You will know it because I am telling you. I am telling you for the same reason that you protect a man's family in front of him at his deathbed, it is a courtesy of the dying. I am giving it to you. He left. Dumbledore, in the chair by the window, did not turn his head. He sat for a long time. The portrait of his mentor, on the wall, opened its painted eyes and watched him. The portrait did not speak. It had been a long time since the portrait had spoken in this room. It watched, and after a while it closed its painted eyes again, and slept. On the morning of the 3rd of September, Harry stood in the front hall of number 12 Raven's Gate, the city residence of the Potters, with Sirius behind him and Andromeda behind Sirius, and looked up at the great front staircase and the great stained glass window above it that threw the morning light, in colors of red and green and gold, all the way down to the marble of the hall. The leak had been repaired. The kitchen had been scrubbed. The 3 nesting owls had been gently relocated to the outdoor mews, where they were happier. The portraits on the walls had been polished. The carpet on the great staircase had been replaced. The house, in the careful goblin work of the last fortnight, had been made, in the polite phrase of the elder of the goblin contractors, fit for habitation. This was, by goblin standards, high praise. Harry walked slowly along the hall. He walked into the parlor. He walked into the small library. He walked into the kitchen, where a pot was simmering on the stove, and where a small house elf in a clean white tea towel was stirring it with a long wooden spoon. The house elf turned. She saw him. She set down the spoon. She bowed. It was a deep bow, and a slow one, and it was not in the cringing manner that Harry had been told, by Andromeda, sometimes characterized house elf bows in older households. Master Harry, she said. Her voice was soft. I am Miffy. I am the house elf of number 12 Raven's Gate. I have been the house elf of number 12 Ravensgate for 47 years. I served your grandfather. I served your father. I was never told you had come to live in the house. I am very, very sorry. Harry, who was small and tired and on his first morning in his first home that was his, walked across the kitchen and held out one small hand. "Hello, Miffy," he said. "I'm Harry. Will you be my friend?" The house elf, who had served 3 generations of Potters and whose discipline of duty was the only thing that had kept her in the empty house for the last 4 years, looked at the small hand and at the small green-eyed boy and at his godfather in the doorway and at the witch in the long traveling cloak behind, and Miffy, who had not in 47 years been spoken to as a friend, opened her mouth and said something in the language of house elves that Harry did not know, and held his small hand in her small wrinkled hand, and did not let go for the count of 7 breaths. "I will be Master Harry's friend," she said, when she could speak in English again. "I will be Master Harry's friend for all the years." "Good," Harry said. He looked, then, around the kitchen. He looked at the pot on the stove. He looked at the stack of plates on the dresser. He looked at the long wooden table with the chairs that had, over many years, been used by many Potters. He looked up at Sirius. "Padfoot," he said. The word came to him from a place he did not entirely understand, the way some words do. "Will you sit for breakfast with me?" Sirius's mouth did a thing, and the thing was a thing that had not been on his face for 4 years. He sat. Andromeda sat. Miffy ladled the soup, which was a thick beef and barley with carrots from the back garden of the cousin of the goblin head contractor who had insisted on providing them, and the 3 of them, godson, godfather, and second cousin once removed, and the small house elf, made a meal at the long wooden table in the kitchen of number 12 Ravensgate that lasted a long unhurried hour. Outside, in the small enclosed garden behind the house, the first of the summer's plums had begun to fall onto the grass. They would not be wasted. Miffy collected them in the late afternoon and made, of them, a small low pie that was placed on the windowsill to cool, and which Harry, in the early evening, stood and stared at for the count of 1 whole minute before he was permitted to have a slice of it, with cream, on a plate of pale blue china that had, by Miffy's care, survived a generation that had not had any small Potters in it. He ate the pie slowly. He told Miffy, gravely, that it was the finest thing he had ever eaten. Miffy went into the pantry and shut the door for 10 minutes, which was, in her small fierce private way, what house elves did when they had been moved to a place beyond words. When she came out, her eyes were wet. She did not, however, say anything. She put on a fresh tea towel and she set about clearing the table, and she sang, very small, while she worked, an old house elf song that had been sung in Potter kitchens for 3 centuries, and Harry, sitting at the table, listened to her sing, and did not move, and let the song settle in him. He had, by that evening, a home. He had, by that evening, been given the cloak of his line, the name of his mother in his own voice, the trust of a healer cousin and a godfather and a small house elf, the fall of plums in the back garden, and a single cooled slice of plum pie on a plate of pale blue china. He had, by that evening, more than he had ever had in his life. And the man who had, for 4 years, been eating his magic was sitting in a hospital chair with a blackening hand and no portraits left who would speak to him. Harry, in the kitchen, accepted, very quietly, a second slice of pie. He ate it slowly. He did not say anything about the blackening hand. He did not need to. Sharptooth had taught him that, in the matter of bad men, the world tended to take care of itself once the threads had been cut. Outside, in the small garden, the moon rose over the wall. Inside, the house, by every measure that mattered, was warm. 2 days after the move into number 12 Ravensgate, Andromeda came home from St. Mungo's with her daughter. Harry, who had been in the back garden in the afternoon studying the way a row of ants moved across a flagstone, looked up and saw a tall thin girl in a rumpled school robe with hair the color of a traffic cone, and stood up. "Hi," the girl said. "Hi. I'm Tonks." Andromeda said you would not like Nymphadora. Andromeda is correct. All right. Mom says I have to play with you. All right. What kind of games do you play? Harry considered this. He had not, until 2 weeks ago, played any games. He had read 3 storybooks since arriving at Gringotts. He had, with Sharptooth, learned to fall. He had learned, with Andromeda, to picture water that turned gold. He did not, by his own count, possess any ordinary games at all. I do not know any games, he said. The traffic cone girl considered him for a long moment. Her face, while he watched, changed. Her nose became longer. Her chin became wider. Her eyes became amber. Her hair shortened and went bottle green. Harry, who had been standing by the flagstone, stared. That, the girl said, is a game. How are you doing it? I am a metamorphmagus. I was born one. It runs in the family. None of the black side wants to talk about it. They think it's vulgar. I think it's amazing. The girl, who had not been expecting that response, was quiet for a second. Then her hair went pink, and her face came back to her own face, and she sat down on the flagstone next to Harry and said, I will teach you the rules of a game called Ridiculous Nose. All right. The rules of Ridiculous Nose, as taught by Tonks to Harry over the next 45 minutes, were that one player would describe a nose, in detail, and the other player would attempt to make their own nose look like the description. Tonks could change her nose. Harry could not. Harry was therefore allowed, by the agreed-upon house rule, to draw the nose with chalk on his own nose if he wished to play. He played. He drew. He laughed for 90% of the time. By the end of the game his small face was streaked with chalk in 12 colors and his stomach hurt in the good way, and Tonks's nose had, at some point in the second round, become a long upturned pink trumpet which she had been unable to undo for 10 minutes because she was laughing too hard to concentrate. Andromeda, watching from the kitchen window, did not interrupt them. She did, however, cry quietly into her tea for a full 2 minutes, in the way a healer of the deep school sometimes cries when she is the only adult in the kitchen and no one is watching. Then she made a fresh pot. She brought it out to the garden. She told the children to wash their hands for dinner. Sirius's recovery had a single hardest day. It was not the 3rd day, when his hands shook so badly during breakfast that he could not lift the spoon. It was not the 7th day, when he spent most of the night sitting up in the bed with his back against the wall and his eyes wide open and his thin hands pressed flat over his ears, riding out the long tail end of a Dementor-fed sleep. It was not the 12th day, when he attempted a small Lumos and could not sustain it for more than the count of 2 breaths. The hardest day was the 17th day, when he stood, alone, in the small back garden of number 12 Raven's Gate and turned, by a long careful effort of will and bone memory, into a black dog. He was a dog for 9 seconds. The dog stood on the grass, large and shaggy, with his great pink tongue out, and shook himself once. The shake went all the way down to his tail. The tail wagged, once, and then twice, and then a 3rd time, and on the 3rd wag the man came back, because his dog body had not, after 4 years of starvation, the magic to hold the shape, and Sirius Black sat down hard on the grass and put his face in his hands and wept silently for a long time. Andromeda did not come out. Harry, however, did. The boy walked down the back step and across the lawn and sat down on the grass next to his godfather and put his small hand on Sirius's bony arm. He did not speak. He did not pat. He did not stroke. He just let his hand rest there, the way Sharptooth had taught him. Sirius wept for some time. When he could speak again, he said, he came back, pup. Padfoot. He came back. The dog. After 4 years. He is in there. He is just a little weak. He will get strong again. He will play with you, pup. The dog. When he is strong. He will let you ride on him. He used to let your father ride on him at school, on the staircases, when no one was looking. He loved your father. He has been waiting in there. He will love you too. He already does. Harry, who had not yet had a dog of his own, considered this very gravely. All right, he said. I will wait for him. Yes, pup. We will both wait. They sat on the grass for a long time. The afternoon turned slowly into evening. Miffy came out, eventually, with 2 mugs of warm milk and honey, and set them on the grass between them, and went away. They drank the milk. Sirius's hands had stopped shaking by the time he had finished his. He stood, slowly, and helped Harry up, and they walked back into the house together, and Sirius slept, that night, 12 hours, and the next day his hands did not shake at breakfast. The day after that, the dog came back for 30 seconds. The day after that, for 2 minutes. The day after that, Harry, with a great solemn face, climbed onto the back of the great shaggy black dog in the kitchen, and the dog walked, slowly, in a careful circle around the long wooden table, and Andromeda watched from the doorway with both hands pressed flat over her mouth, and Miffy, in the corner, sang, very small, an old house elf song that had not been sung in Potter kitchens for a long time. On the morning of the 7th of September, Madame Bones invited the wizarding press to a conference on the steps of Gringotts. She made it brief. In the matter of the Potter estate, the Goblin auditors have completed their final accounting. Restitution of all funds with adjustment for inflation, totaling 3.4 million galleons, has been made to heir Potter from the seized assets of Albus Dumbledore. The Potter cloak and Peveril signet have been returned to the family. The Elder Wand has been sealed by Goblin warders. In the matter of the magical theft, restoration of heir Potter's magical core, by the methods recommended by the Goblin Healers Guild and approved by his magical guardian, has begun and will continue under medical supervision until his 16th year. In the matter of Albus Dumbledore, the curse upon his ringed hand is, by the assessment of his attending healer, advanced. It is unlikely that he will live the year. He will, in any case, remain in confinement until natural death. There will be no parole. There will be no further public statement from this office on his case. In the matter of Sirius Orion Black, his pardon and restitution are complete. He has, today, been formally appointed magical guardian of his godson, Harry James Potter, with the full and free consent of all parties. There will be no further questions. Good morning. She walked back into Gringotts. The press shouted questions at her back. She did not answer. Inside the marble lobby, Sharptooth was waiting. Madame Bones. Sharptooth. Tea? Yes. They drank tea, in silence, in a small private alcove of the lobby. They had grown, over the last fortnight, into a kind of friendship that neither of them spoke about. They did not speak about it now. They drank tea. They sat. After a while, Sharptooth said, "He has asked for you." "Who?" "The boy." "What does he wish?" "To say goodbye. He is moving permanently into the city house this afternoon. He wishes you to come and to see his garden. He has told me that the garden has plums." "It does. He said you might like a plum." Bones, who had been a senior officer of the law for 14 years and who had not, in 14 years, accepted a personal gift from any party to a case, stood. "I would like a plum," she said. She went. She came back, 3 hours later, with the small ghost of a smile that she had not worn since 1979, and a small bundle in her hand wrapped in a square of white linen, and inside the bundle, 3 plums. She gave one to Sharptooth. Sharptooth ate it slowly. He did not, by clan tradition, eat fruit in the presence of a colleague. He made an exception. He ate it slowly. He nodded once. "Heir Potter has good plums," he said. "He does. This is a good world we have made for him. It is a beginning." "Yes. A beginning." In the small secured suite at the Ministry Hospital wing, on the morning of the 15th of September, the curse on Albus Dumbledore's ringed hand reached the elbow. He was, by then, no longer leaving the chair by the window. He had not, in 3 days, asked for anything. He sat with his old hands folded and his eyes on the courtyard outside, where a single elm tree was beginning to turn the color of late autumn, although it was still, by the calendar, only mid-September. The tree was an old one. It had been planted on the morning of the founding of the ministry. It was, by accident or design, 3 feet from his window. Heir Morn, on his morning visit, looked at the hand. He looked at the man. Albus. Yes. I will not lie to you. The curse will reach the heart by tomorrow night. There is no further treatment that will not, at this stage, do you more harm than the curse itself. Do you wish me to make you comfortable? Yes. Will you take a draught? Yes. Now or this evening? This evening. All right. The healer left a small phial on the small table. He bowed his white head. He left. Dumbledore sat by the window. He looked at the elm. He thought, in a long unhurried way, about a great many things. At 3 in the afternoon, he asked the Auror at the door for a quill and parchment. He wrote 1 letter. It was a letter to Minerva McGonagall. It contained no excuses. It contained no instructions. It contained, in the practiced small hand of a man who had, in his life, written hundreds of thousands of words, 3 sentences. The first was, I am sorry. The second was, I do not ask forgiveness. The third was, take care of him. He is the brightest thing I have ever met, and I broke him as far as he could be broken, and he is whole anyway, and that is the only thing in my long life I have ever seen that was unaccountable to me, and I think it is the first true magic I have ever encountered, and I think you will see it too, and I think you will love him, and I think he will, in time, perhaps, find a way to be glad I am gone. He sealed the letter. He gave it to the Auror. He sat by the window. In the evening, Heir Morn returned. The phial was on the small table where it had been left. The healer picked it up and held it to the man. Dumbledore took it. He drank. He did not, in the drinking, say anything. He set the empty phial on the table. He looked, one last time, at the elm tree outside the window, which had turned, in the course of the afternoon, the color of slow fire. He closed his eyes. He breathed twice. He died. The curse, which had been advancing toward his heart, stopped. The curse had been a thing of the soul. It had taken what it had come for. It went where curses go. Heir Morn, who had been, in his long career, present at the deaths of many great wizards, made the small private gesture his clan made for the passing of a person, regardless of whom the person had been, and laid a square of white silk over the old man's face. He wrote the time of death in his log. He left the suite. He sent, by the appropriate channels, the formal notice. In the kitchen of number 12 Ravensgate, Sirius Black received the news at 8 in the evening. He read the parchment. He looked up at Andromeda. He looked across the table at his godson, who was eating a slice of plum pie with cream. Pup. Yes. The man who took your magic. He died this evening. Harry, who had been chewing, swallowed. He did not look surprised. He did not look pleased. He did not look sad. He looked thoughtful. All right, he said. How does that feel, pup? Harry chewed his next bite slowly. He thought. It feels, he said, like the end of a chapter in a book. Sirius and Andromeda looked at each other. That is a very Lily thing to say, Andromeda said, softly. And a very James thing to say, Sirius said. Harry, who did not entirely know what they meant, nodded gravely. Then he ate his pie. Outside, in the small garden, the wind moved gently in the plum tree, and a single late plum, right past its time, fell with a soft thump to the grass. Miffy, in the kitchen, set down her wooden spoon. She listened. The kitchen was, by every measure that mattered, warm. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, Restitution. The funeral, by his own written request, was small. Dumbledore had left, in the breast pocket of the robe he had been wearing at his death, a folded piece of parchment that named 6 people who were to attend. Minerva McGonagall, Aberforth Dumbledore, Elphias Doge, Fawkes the Phoenix. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, in its carved oaken frame, to be carried by a goblin courier and held upright at the graveside. And one further name, which had surprised the executors when they read it, Severus Snape. Snape did not attend. Aberforth attended, in a coat that did not match his trousers, and stood at the back of the small group at the graveside with his hands in his pockets and his old face set in a quality of expression that none of the other attendees could quite read, and that none of the others were inclined to ask about. He was the brother. He had buried, in his life, 3 other family members. The 4th was, in his expression, only the 4th. Fawkes did not attend either. The Phoenix, by report, had vanished from his perch in the headmaster's old office on the morning Dumbledore was confined and had not returned. McGonagall had had the office quietly cleared on the 3rd day of her tenure, and she had taken the perch out herself, and she had given it, with a small note, to the head of the magical creatures' sanctuary at the back of the castle grounds, where it had been added, with respect, to the perch collection of the small Hogwarts aviary. Fawkes was not there either. The Phoenix had, by all later accounts, simply gone. Some of the older wizards, in the weeks afterward, said that this was the way of phoenixes when their bond person had been a different kind of person than the bird had thought. The bird, in such cases, did not burn. The bird did not die. The bird simply removed itself, and was, sometimes, decades later, encountered by a different person, in a different country, on a different continent, and was different. Sharptooth, when he heard this report, nodded thoughtfully and said, "Sometimes, Herr Potter, even a phoenix learns." The funeral was over in 25 minutes. The grave was at Godric's Hollow, in the small muggle-overlapping cemetery there, in a row that contained, 3 plots over, the graves of James and Lily Potter. McGonagall had requested the placement out of an old habit of fairness. Aberforth had not objected. Harry, by his own request, did not attend. He sent, by Sirius, a single white flower from the back garden of number 12 Raven's Gate, which Sirius placed at the foot of the grave with a careful neutral hand. The flower stayed. It did not wilt. By the 3rd day after the funeral the flower was, by report, still as fresh as it had been on the morning Sirius placed it. By the 7th day, still fresh. By the 30th, still fresh. By the 100th, still fresh. It became, in time, a small quiet legend in the village of Godric's Hollow, and was photographed for the local newspaper twice a year on the anniversaries of its placement. The flower never wilted. It became, by accident, the most photographed flower in Britain. It was, by the casual private testimony of every Potter who ever visited the grave for the rest of the line, holding still, with an old gentle obstinacy, for reasons that had nothing to do with the man at the foot of the plot, and everything to do with the boy who had picked the flower in the back garden in early morning and given it to his godfather to carry on his behalf. On the 18th of September, 3 days after the funeral, the Goblin Nation summoned the senior officers of the Ministry of Magic to a private chamber beneath Gringotts. The summons was unusual. The chamber it was held in was unusual. The matter discussed was unusual. The Hammer Court of the Goblin Nation had, in the course of seizing Albus Dumbledore's professional vaults, taken possession of approximately 14,000 pages of research notes, in 12 languages, accumulated over a working life of 90 years. The notes had been catalogued by a team of 17 goblin scholars working in shifts. The cataloguing had been completed on the morning of the 17th. The cataloguing had revealed, among other things, a complete and meticulous account of the soul fragmentation practices of one Tom Marvolo Riddle, alias Lord Voldemort. Sharptooth, presiding, laid the matter out plainly to Madame Bones, the minister, the heads of the departments of magical law enforcement and mysteries, and the new headmistress of Hogwarts, in language that did not waste their time. He made 7 of them, Sharptooth said. 6 were intentional. The 7th, by the late headmaster's notes, was an accident. 3 of the 7 have already been destroyed, 1 by the boy, by accidental survival of the killing curse on the night his parents died, by way of the rebound, 1 by the goblin healer Morn, by removal from the boy's scar in a ritual 8 weeks ago, in this very building, and 1 by means we will discuss in private. 4 remain. The locations of 2 are known to us with high confidence from the late headmaster's research. The locations of the other 2 are inferred but not yet confirmed. The chamber, around the table, did not breathe. By treaty law, Sharptooth said, the Goblin Nation has the standing to recover and destroy magical objects of this nature when they are found within its territories of warding. We propose to do so, with the Ministry's coordination, over the next 60 days. We require horror cover for 2 of the 4 sites. We require the cooperation of the headmistress for 1 of them. The 4th, we will handle ourselves. The minister, who in his time had aged 20 years in the last month, said, in a voice that was hoarse, and the soul, Sharptooth? When the 7 are destroyed? The soul essence will dissipate, minister. The wraith form he is currently maintained as will lose its anchors. He will, within hours of the last destruction, cease to be a thing that can return. He will be dead in the way most wizards are dead. He will not, for that reason, be a problem any longer. We will, at our discretion, perform a small private rite afterwards to ensure that the dispersal is complete. The rite is goblin. It does not require your supervision. It will, however, require your written consent that we may perform it. You have it. Sign. The minister signed. Madame Bones, who was watching the goblin's hands rather than the minister's, asked, and the boy, Sharptooth? How is he, in the matter of all this? Sharptooth's old face did not quite smile. He is, he said, playing a game called Ridiculous Nose with a metamorphmagus cousin in the back garden of his city house. He is being told, this morning, that the man who killed his parents is a thing of vapor and will be a thing of nothing at all by Christmas. He will, I believe, take it well. He has come, over the last 2 months, to take a great many things well. We have not made him do this. He has simply been a person who does. McGonagall, at the table, drew a long slow breath through her nose. Sharptooth. Yes, headmistress. He should be at Hogwarts. He will be, headmistress. In 6 years. We will not, however, send him to you any earlier. He has things to learn first. He has a guardian who will teach him. He has a healer cousin who will teach him. He has, in due course, an old goblin who has, in his late age, found that he has more patience for a small green-eyed boy than he had for any of his 3 actual grandsons. He will arrive at your gate in 1991, headmistress, in the appropriate September, well prepared. I give my word, by iron and ink. McGonagall, who had taught a generation of marauders and who had, in her time, learned to recognize iron and ink when it was offered, inclined her head. I will hold you to that, Sharptooth. You may. The hunt, in the end, took 51 days. The first Horcrux they retrieved was a diadem, found in the Hogwarts Room of Hidden Things, which McGonagall personally accompanied a goblin retrieval team into and which she watched, from the safety of the corridor outside, be destroyed by the controlled application of basilisk venom to the metal of the band. The destruction made a small high sound, like a tea kettle whistling for a moment in another room, and then was over. The second Horcrux they retrieved was a locket, found in a cave by the sea on the western coast of England, which the goblin retrieval team approached with the particular kind of professional caution that goblins reserve for things that have been hidden by men who did not want them found. The locket was destroyed by the application of basilisk venom by a goblin warder named Tarn, who was the senior destroyer of the Iron Vein clan and who had, over a long career, destroyed more dark objects than most wizards had ever seen. Tarn destroyed the locket in the deep storage of Gringotts. The destruction made the same small high sound. Tarn took, after the destruction, a long drink of water from a goblin canteen, and considered, in the privacy of his own thought, that the late Tom Riddle had not been a particularly imaginative hider of objects. The third Horcrux they retrieved was a cup, found in a Lestrange family vault under the polite extraction protocols available to the goblin auditors when there was reasonable cause to believe a cursed object had been improperly stored. The Lestranges, who were in Azkaban and had no current capacity to object, did not object. The cup was destroyed in the same manner. The fourth Horcrux was the difficult one. It was a snake. The snake was, at the time of the goblin investigation, somewhere in Eastern Europe, and was traveling. The snake had not, in the late headmaster's notes, been confirmed as an existing Horcrux at the time the notes were written. The notes had only, with 90% confidence, predicted its making. The goblin retrieval team, working with a small carefully selected group of European aurors and one Bulgarian magical zoologist, located the snake in the second week of November, in a remote forest 200 miles from the nearest village, where it was, by all evidence, being kept in a dormant state by a small group of Death Eaters who had retreated to a hunting lodge in the area to wait out the storm in Britain. The retrieval was, by all later accounts, the most dangerous of the four. The Death Eaters fought. The Death Eaters lost. The snake was destroyed, by a goblin warder using basilisk venom on a long pole that had been forged for the purpose, in the courtyard of the hunting lodge, on the morning of the 15th of November, at sunrise. The Death Eaters who survived the retrieval, there were 3, were taken into custody and returned to Britain for trial. The wraith form of Tom Marvolo Riddle, which had been hiding in a small forest in Albania, dissipated at 4:11 on the afternoon of the 15th of November. It made no sound. It went, in the goblin phrase, where wraiths go. Sharptooth, in the small private chamber of the Hammer Court, performed the dispersal rite with 3 other senior goblins on the evening of the 16th. The rite was brief. The rite was effective. The rite was sealed in the goblin records and embargoed from the wider wizarding press by treaty agreement. The wider wizarding press did not, in fact, learn of the destruction of the 7 Horcruxes for another 3 years, when an academic paper on the subject was published in a small specialty journal of magical history, which most witches and wizards did not read. By then, the matter was already an old one. By then, no one came back. By then, the small green-eyed boy in the city house off Ravensgate Square was almost 9, and he had grown 4 inches, and his magical core had recovered to 73% of family line baseline, and he had, by Andromeda's quiet measurement, the steadiest control of any child she had ever assessed in his age range, and Sharptooth was, on the side of his other duties, helping to choose, with the small careful intuition of a goblin who had become, over those years, more or less a grandfather, the right wand wood for the wand the boy would carry into Hogwarts in 2 years. But that is a later year. This is the first. On the morning of the 25th of October, on Harry's 6-year and 3-month milestone, Garrick Ollivander knocked on the front door of number 12 Ravensgate. He was a thin man, not as thin as Sirius, with very pale wide eyes and white hair that stood up in a soft halo and long dexterous fingers that were, even at rest, doing something. He was carrying, in a slim leather case, a small selection of wand blanks. Wand blanks, for those not familiar with the trade, are unfinished cores that a master wand maker can shape, by craft, to a specific child. Ollivander, by the great tradition of his family, did not make wands for children younger than 11. He had made an exception, by his own account, twice in his life. The first had been a small girl of 7, in 1899, who had survived an attack on her family by a rogue troll and whose magic had, in the survival, expressed itself with such force that she required a focus immediately or the magic would damage her. The second had been a boy of 9, in 1937, who had been the heir of a family that had been killed in an avalanche and who, like the girl, had needed help to channel a rapidly returning core. The third was, by his own description in the conversation with Sharptooth that had preceded this morning, going to be a different exception. It was not, in this case, a matter of urgent need. It was a matter of his own personal interest. He had, by his own admission, been thinking about Heir Potter's wand for 4 years, and he had, on reading the Prophet on the morning of the 17th of August, concluded that he would not be able to wait until 1991 to make it. He had written to Sharptooth. Sharptooth had written back. Ollivander had been invited. He was a man who did not, as a rule, leave his shop. He left it now. He took the fleur to a public point in Diagon Alley, walked the 4 blocks to a private goblin coach that had been arranged for him, and was driven, with the slim leather case on his knees, to the address Sharptooth had given him. He knocked. Miffy opened the door. "Mr. Ollivander." "Miffy. You have grown." "I have been here 47 years, Mr. Ollivander." "I have not, in that time, grown." "I do not refer to size, Miffy. I refer to the soft stuff in the middle." "Where is the boy?" "In the back garden, Mr. Ollivander. With his cousin. They are playing a game. The game is called Ridiculous Nose." "Show me." He was shown. He stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the back garden, with his slim leather case in one hand, and he watched, for a long minute, the small boy with the dark mop of hair sit cross-legged on the flagstone and laugh as a tall thin girl with bright pink hair turned her nose into the shape of a frying pan. He smiled. His smile was very small. His smile was not for the children. His smile was for the small bright thread he could see, with his particular professional vision, running between the small boy's chest and a place in the world that he could not, even after 65 years of wand-making, quite name. The thread was of a color he had only seen once before. He had seen it on the day he had measured a 1-year-old Lily Evans, in 1961, in his shop, when she had come in with her mother to buy a gift for her older sister and had picked up a small wooden carving from the counter and had, with a touch, made it briefly luminous. He had not, at the time, said anything. He said, now, very quietly, "Heir Potter." Harry looked up. "Hello," he said. "Are you the wand maker?" "I am." "You are a long way from your shop." "I am. I have come, today, to make a wand. With your permission, Heir Potter, I would like to make it for you." Harry stood up. He brushed flagstone dust off his small trousers. He came to the door. He looked up at the thin man with the wide pale eyes and the leather case. "All right," he said. "The making, for those who have not seen a wand made in person, is a long and quiet process." Ollivander took, over the course of the morning, 3 measurements with a tape that worked itself. He took, over the course of the afternoon, 11 more, with an instrument that hummed. He laid out his blanks on the long wooden table in the kitchen, one of holly, one of yew, one of cherry, one of ash, one of vinewood. He laid out beside them his cores, a phoenix feather, not from Fawkes. Fawkes had vanished, and Ollivander did not, in any event, work twice in a lifetime with the same phoenix, a dragon heartstring of unicorn-resistant breed, a unicorn hair, a thestral tail, and a single small thing in a glass jar that he did not name and that Harry did not ask about. He looked at Harry. He looked at the wood. He looked at the boy. He looked at the cores. He picked up the holly and the phoenix feather. He held them, in his thin pale hands, side by side, for a long minute. He set them down. He picked up the holly and the unnamed thing in the jar. He held them, again, side by side, for a longer minute. He set them down. He picked up the holly, alone, and held it. Then he turned to Harry. "Heir Potter." "Yes. There are 2 wands I can make for you today. The first is a holly and phoenix wand. It would be a very ordinary wand. By that I mean, it would be one of the 4 most common combinations in my shop. It would serve you well. It would do, with you, all the things a wand should do. It is the wand most boys in your line have carried for the last 150 years. All right. The second wand is the wand I have not, in my career, made twice. It is a wand of holly, with a core of a substance I will not, in this kitchen, name, that is taken from a creature I will not, in this kitchen, describe. It is a wand that, in its making, requires my craftsman's blood, and your blood, and 3 drops of phoenix tear. The phoenix who left the tears is not Fawkes. The phoenix who left the tears, Heir Potter, was your mother. Harry, who had been listening carefully, did not understand the last sentence. My mother wasn't a phoenix. No, Heir Potter. She was a witch. But she was, by every meaningful old measure, a phoenix. The tears I have, in this jar, are the tears she wept on the morning of October 31st, 1981, when she sat in the upstairs nursery of the cottage at Godric's Hollow and held you in her arms and knew what was coming. She wept onto a small handkerchief. The handkerchief, which I have had in my keeping these 4 years by an old quiet trust your mother left with me when she was a girl, contains the tears in a form that has not, in 4 years, dried. They are tears of a sacrifice. They are, by old magic, the rarest and most powerful kind of tears in the world. I had thought I would, in my lifetime, never have a hand to put them into. I think now, Heir Potter, that I will. The kitchen was very quiet. Harry, who had been 5 and small and bruised and in a cupboard not so very long ago, stood at the long wooden table and looked at the small jar in the wandmaker's hand. Mr. Ollivander. Yes. The second wand. Yes. Is it the one you would make for me? If I asked. It is the one I would make for you. Yes. All right. You are sure? My mother's tears, Mr. Ollivander. Yes. She would want them to be in something good. Yes. And you will make something good with them. I will, Heir Potter. I will make, with them, the best wand of my career. Then yes. Make the second. Ollivander looked at him for a long moment. He set the small jar down very carefully on the table. He bowed. He bowed deep, and his white halo of hair fell forward, and when he straightened his pale wide eyes were wet. I will need the rest of the day, he said. All right. He was given the long wooden table. He worked, in the kitchen of number 12 Raven's Gate, from 1 in the afternoon until 11 at night. Andromeda, Sirius, Tonks, Miffy, and Harry kept out of his way. They ate dinner in the parlor. They played, in the parlor, a quiet game of chess on a board Sirius had unearthed from a closet upstairs, and the chess pieces, which had not been moved in a decade, complained for the first hour and then forgave the household and played willingly. Tonks lost 3 games in a row. She was a terrible chess player. She did not mind. Harry was not, at 6, a strong chess player either, but he beat her twice and lost to her once on purpose, and when she figured out, near the end of the 3rd game, that he had thrown the second one for her sake, she laughed a long bright laugh and ruffled his small hair and called him a sentimental black, by which she meant a Potter, and they all ate biscuits. At 11, Ollivander knocked at the parlor door. He came in. He held, in his thin pale hands, a wand. The wand was the color of new ivory. It was 11.5 inches long. It was straight. It had, in the grip, 3 small marks where Ollivander's craftsman's blood and Harry's small drop of blood and 3 drops of his mother's tears had, in the course of the long afternoon, been worked into the wood, and the marks were no longer visible to the eye but were visible to the magic, and the magic, on the wand, was a soft pale gold. He held it out. Harry stood up. He took the wand. The wand, in his hand, did 3 things at once. The first was a small bright pull at the place behind his sternum that had once, 4 years ago, been pulled by a black wax seal on a folded parchment. The second was a soft slow warmth that ran from the base of the grip up his arm and into his shoulder. The third was a faint scent, very faint, of butter and clover honey, and a distant kitchen, and a woman with red hair singing. Harry's eyes filled. He did not cry. He did not need to cry. The tears in his eyes were not the kind one cried for grief. They were a different kind. He did not have a word for it. He raised the wand, very slightly. The kitchen door, 3 rooms over, opened, of itself, by a foot. He lowered the wand. The kitchen door closed itself. Ollivander, watching, smiled. The smile this time was for the boy. "Holly and a tear," he said. 11.5 inches. Steady. A wand for the rest of your life, Heir Potter. May it serve you well. It will, Harry said. Sirius, at the far side of the parlor, in a chair he had been spending more and more time in as he grew stronger, lifted his hand and laid it across his eyes for a long moment, and did not speak. Andromeda, on the small couch beside Tonks, watched the boy and the wand and did not say anything either. Miffy, in the doorway, made a small soft pleased sound that was not English. Outside the window, in the small garden, the moon stood over the plum tree, and a single late owl, who had been settling for the night, lifted his round eyes and looked once toward the warm windows of the house, and turned his head, and slept. The first chapter was over. Inside the warm house, the boy with the new wand lifted his small green eyes, and looked around at the people who had, in 3 months, become his, and he understood, without yet having a word for it, that the only thing that was left to do, now, was to grow. The retrieval of the locket was, by the Goblin team's later report, the only one of the 4 that they could not have done without help from a wizard. The cave was on the southwestern coast of England, on a small uninhabited beach that could be reached by sea but not by land. The cave had been warded by Tom Riddle in the autumn of 1979, in a working that had required, among other inputs, the slow ritual murder of a Muggle homeless man whom Riddle had, at the time, found in the alleyways of Knockturn and led to the seacoast under a confounded haze. The wards on the cave were therefore old, blood-keyed, and not, by any goblin reckoning, soft. Tarn, the senior destroyer, took 5 goblins and a single house elf to the cave on the morning of the 3rd of October. The house elf was Kreacher. Kreacher had been, since 1979, the property of the Black family. He had, since the death of Sirius's younger brother Regulus, kept an oath of bitter loyalty to a dead boy and to a green locket that Regulus had brought home from the cave on the night before he had died. The locket Regulus had brought home had been, by Regulus's own clever planning, a duplicate. The real locket had been left in the cave. The real locket had, by the wards, been moved by Riddle himself, in 1981, to a new island in the cave's deep lake. Kreacher had been, for 4 years, attempting and failing, by his own house elf magic, to get back into the cave to find the real locket. He had failed because the wards on the cave were keyed against house elf magic. He had been, in his small bitter heart, miserable about the failure for 4 years. When Sirius came home to number 12 Raven's Gate, in September, Kreacher came out of the woodwork upstairs where he had been hiding. Kreacher and Sirius had not, in life, been friends. They were not, that day, friends. Sirius was, however, a black, and Sirius had inherited, by the fall of his cousin Regulus and the imprisonment of his uncle and the disowning of his other cousins, the headship of the Black family. Kreacher, by old house elf law, was now bound to him. Sirius's first act, on the day he became master of Kreacher, was to ask the elf, very gently, whether there was anything he had been carrying, in his bitter old heart, for a long time, that he wished now to set down. Kreacher, who had not in 26 years been asked such a question by a black, had stared at Sirius for a long minute. Then he had told the story of the cave and the locket and Regulus. Sirius had listened. Sirius had, after the listening, written a short note to Sharptooth. Sharptooth had written back. Tarn had been dispatched. On the morning of the 3rd of October, Kreacher led the goblin team across the rocks to the entrance of the cave. He performed, at the entrance, a small careful working that Regulus had taught him, in a kitchen, in 1979. The working said, "This elf has been here before, on the request of Master Regulus." The wards, for a moment, paused. The team went in. The cave was dark. The cave was cold. The cave had a wide black lake in its inner chamber. The lake had things in it that were not fish. Tarn, on the raft, did not look down at the things in the lake. Creature, on the raft, did not look down either. They reached the small island in the middle of the lake. The locket, on the island, sat on a stand beneath a basin of clear pale liquid. The liquid was the kind of liquid that had to be drunk before the locket could be lifted. Tarn, who had read the late headmaster's notes on the matter, had a small silver phial in his coat. He took out the phial. He drank, in 3 swallows, the contents. The contents were a goblin draught of fortified will, brewed in the deep apothecaries of the Iron Vein clan. The draught did not undo the despair spell of the basin. The draught only braced the drinker against the despair, the way a sailor braces against a wave he cannot avoid. Tarn, braced, drank the basin liquid. He drank it in 7 mouthfuls. He did not, by his clan's training, speak in the drinking. He did not, by his clan's training, weep. He did, by the involuntary protest of his face, allow his eyes to close for the count of 3 breaths between the 5th and the 6th mouthful. Creature, watching, made a small sound that was not anything in particular. Tarn opened his eyes. He drank the 6th. He drank the 7th. He lifted the locket from the stand. The basin was empty. The despair lifted, as it would, when the basin had been drunk dry. Tarn put the locket in a small lead-lined box on his belt. The box closed. The things in the lake, with the despair gone, did not stir. The team rowed back across the lake. The team came out of the cave. Creature stood on the rocks with the morning sun on his old face. Tarn turned to him. "Elf. Goblin. You did your duty. The young master would be proud." Creature did not say anything for a long moment. Then he bowed, in the way old house elves of old families bow when something has been put right that has been wrong for too long. "Thank you, Goblin." The team went home. The locket, that evening, was destroyed in the Goblin chamber under Gringotts, in the ordinary manner. Creature was permitted, by Sharptooth's particular invitation, to be present. Creature watched the locket open. Creature watched the small piece of dark soul try to leave the locket. Creature watched the basilisk venom touch the small piece of soul. Creature heard the small high sound that was, apparently, the only sound a Horcrux made when it was destroyed. Creature, when the sound was over, made a small low sound of his own, which was the sound of an old grief setting itself down at last. Tarn, who had not, in his long career, attended to a house elf in a moment of grief, did the right thing without having been told. He laid one short blue-stained hand, briefly, on the elf's shoulder. He did not speak. Creature, in his old way, did not flinch. When Creature came home, that night, Sirius was waiting in the kitchen. "It is done." "Master, yes. It is done." "Are you well, Creature?" "Master, I am tired." "Then sleep, Creature. There is a bed, in the small room off the kitchen. It is yours. It has been yours, in fact, since I inherited the house. You did not, before tonight, know that. I am sorry I did not tell you sooner. Sleep there. Tomorrow we will, you and I, have a long talk about what you would like to do, in this house, in your remaining years, by your own choice." Creature, who had not in 26 years been asked what he would like to do by his own choice, did not at first know what to say. "Master." "Yes." Master, Creature would, in his remaining years, like to be useful. Creature would also, if Master permits, like to take, on the morning of the anniversary of young Master Regulus's death, a small private hour by the lake at the back of the family land at Black Quill. Master will not be required to attend. Creature will go alone. Creature will be back by noon. Granted, creature. Master. Yes. Master is, in some lights, like the young master. In the eyes. Sirius looked at the old elf for a long moment. Thank you, creature, he said. I needed to hear that today. Yes, master. Good night, master. Creature went to the small room off the kitchen. He slept. In the morning, by his own quiet election, he made breakfast. McGonagall came to number 12 Ravensgate in mid-October on a Tuesday afternoon for tea. She came, by careful arrangement, alone. She came in plain traveling robes. She came with a small parcel under her arm wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. Miffy admitted her. Sirius greeted her in the hall. Andromeda was at St. Mungo's. Harry was in the small library, which had become, over the last 6 weeks, his place to read, in a chair that had been his father's, with a small lamp at his elbow that had been his mother's, and a book on his knees that had been Sirius's at 13. He looked up when the door opened. Hello, he said, getting up. Heir Potter. You are the new headmistress. From the trial. I am. Hello, headmistress. Hello, Heir Potter. She came in. She sat in the other chair, without ceremony. She set the parcel on the small table between them. This, she said, is for you. He looked at the parcel. What is it? Open it. Then I will tell you. He untied the twine. He unfolded the brown paper. Inside was a small leather-bound book. The cover was dark brown, worn at the corners, and on the front, embossed in gold but worn very faint by years of small hands holding it, was the word primer, and beneath the word, in smaller letters, the name Lily Evans. Harry held very still. It was hers. It was. I gave it to her on her first birthday at Hogwarts, in 1971. She was, in her first year, the best of her class, and I did not, in my time as head of Gryffindor, give books like this to my students often. I gave it to her because I had thought, on first meeting her at the sorting, that she might be a kind of student that came along once in a generation. I was, as it turned out, correct. I had hoped, during her 7th year, that she would, when the time was right, give the book to her own children. She did not get the chance. I have been carrying it since. I have been waiting for the right moment to give it to you. Today, after our conversation under the headmaster's chambers and after the events of the last fortnight, I have decided that the right moment is now. Harry held the book in his small hands. He opened it, very carefully. The book was, on the inside, a primer of the magical theory of light and shadow. It was annotated, in Lily Evans's small careful hand, with notes in the margins. The first note read, on the first page, in green ink, I think Professor M. wrote this primer herself. There is a typo on page 14 that I, an upstart first year, have circled and labeled gently. Forgive me, Professor. Harry, who had been studying the page for a long minute, looked up at McGonagall. There is a typo on page 14, he said. I know. It is still circled. I left her circle alone, in honor of her. He looked at the book. He looked at McGonagall. Headmistress. Yes. Thank you. You are very welcome, Heir Potter. She drank her tea. He drank his. They did not, for a long time, say anything more. After a while she stood. She set down her cup. She put her hand, briefly, on his small shoulder, and patted it once, as she had patted, in her time, the shoulders of perhaps 4 students in her career, and only when she had been quite sure they were of the kind for whom a pat would be remembered. She left. Harry, in the chair, opened the primer to page 14. He read his mother's circle. He read his mother's gentle correction. He read the next 8 pages of his mother's annotations. He read the book, that evening, until Miffy made him come down to dinner. He read it, the next morning, before anyone else was up. He read it, by the end of the month, 6 times. By Christmas, he had begun adding his own annotations in the margins, in pencil, in a small careful hand that had, over the year, learned its letters. He did not write in ink. He did not, by his own private feeling, want to leave a mark on his mother's book in ink. He wrote, on the back inside cover, on the day he closed the book on the 7th reading, 4 words. The 4 words were, "This was hers. Mine." He underlined the second "mine." He closed the book. He set it on the small table beside the lamp that had been his mother's. He went down to dinner, where Miffy had, in his absence, made shepherd's pie, and Sirius was in the kitchen complaining about the difficulty of grown-up tax forms, and Andromeda was sitting at the table with a glass of wine looking unimpressed by the complaining, and Tonks, who had come for the weekend, was standing at the window with a small frying-pan-shaped nose making everyone laugh. He sat down. He ate his shepherd's pie. He laughed at Tonks's nose. He was, by every measure that mattered, home. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, A different beginning. The year that followed the wand was the longest steady year of Harry Potter's life. It went, by his small private accounting, in seasons. The first season was early winter. Snow came to London on the last day of November, in a soft slow fall that lasted 3 days and left the small enclosed garden of number 12 Ravensgate 2 inches deep. Harry, who had not before seen snow as anything but a thing one shoveled off the front walk for Vernon, stood in the back garden in a small wool coat that Andromeda had made for him by a witch in Hogsmeade, and held his small mittened hand out, palm up, and watched a single snowflake land on his glove and not melt. He looked at it for a long minute. Then he looked at it under the small kitchen lamp Miffy had brought out for him on a tray. Then he sat in the kitchen with his glove off and watched the snowflake sit on the back of his bare hand without melting for the count of 10 breaths, and only on the 11th did it become, slowly, water. He looked up at Sirius, who was in the doorway with a cup of tea. "Padfoot." "Yes, pup. My snowflake didn't melt." Sirius set his cup down. He came to the table. He sat across from Harry. He took the boy's small hand, which had a thin film of melted snow on it, and turned it palm up. "Magic, pup." "What kind?" "The kind where the body keeps a thing a little warmer than it has to be, until it does not have to anymore. It is an old, gentle kind of magic. Lily had it. James had it, but in a different shape. Yours is your mother's. Lily once kept a strawberry from going bad in her pocket for 2 days at school. Why? Because she liked the strawberry. And she did not want it to die. So she did not let it die. That, pup, is, in fact, how most magic works." Harry considered this. He considered it for a long time. Then he said, "I want to learn how to keep things alive." "Then you will." He did. By Christmas he had, by careful daily practice, kept a single small white flower from the small ceramic pot on the kitchen windowsill alive past its season. The flower, which had been a December gift from McGonagall in the post, had been a poinsettia bract, which by ordinary horticulture was supposed to fade by late February. By April it was still as red as it had been in December. By June it had not faded. Andromeda, the senior healer of the Deep School, declared it a small private domestic miracle and, after thinking about it, asked Harry, in a serious quiet voice, whether the flower had ever told him to stop. He had not understood the question. She had explained, some pieces of magic, in the way Lily's had worked, were given by request, and could be unmade by request, and a flower that had lived past its time could, in some old cases, be heard, if one listened. He had listened. The flower had not, that evening, said anything. It had, however, that summer, grown an extra leaf at the base of its stem. Andromeda had pronounced this, with a careful straight face, a vote. The flower stayed. It stayed for the rest of Harry's childhood. It is, in a quiet sense, still on the windowsill at number 12 Raven's Gate, and the great-grandchildren of the small boy who had kept it alive consider it a family member, and at Christmas, every year, they put a small ribbon around the pot. The second season was deep winter. In late January, Sharptooth came to the house with a long flat package wrapped in plain grey paper. Heir Potter. Sharptooth. I have brought, for your study, 3 things. The first is a book of magical theory, written by a goblin scholar of the Iron Vein clan, that I believe you will find more useful than any of the human books currently available to you. The second is a list of suggested rituals appropriate to your age, with a careful note from Healer Morn against attempting any of them without supervision. The third is a small training blade. The blade is dull. It has been dulled by my own hand. It is for falling practice. You have, with me, learned to fall without a blade. You will now learn to fall with one. Why? Because, Heir Potter, in the long count of your life, you will at some point need to fall while holding something sharp. On that day I want you to know in your hand and in your knee that the something sharp does not need to go into either of them. We do not learn this, in any wizarding school I am aware of. We will learn it here. We will learn it on the thick mat we put down in your back parlor. Sirius will assist, when he has the strength to. He has, by his own admission to me, never learned this either. I have not, Sirius said, from the doorway. You will learn it now, Sharptooth said. Sirius, who had on principle objected to being instructed by a goblin 3 feet shorter than he was, learned it. He grumbled the whole way through it. He grumbled in the way his godson had, by then, learned to recognize as his particular shape of affection. By the end of February, Harry could fall, with a dull blade in his hand, in 8 different directions, without putting the blade into himself or into a partner. He could also, by that time, do 6 different rolls, 2 different bracing stops, and 1 slow elegant tumble that ended with him on his feet, blade still raised, in a stance Sharptooth had taken from a goblin manual of the 15th century and which Sirius had, on first seeing it, laughed for a full minute about because his godson, at 6, looked, in the stance, like a very small very serious portrait of every black warrior of the family's history. The portrait of Phineas Nigellus, in the upstairs hall, where it had been moved from Hogwarts at the request of the family, said one morning at breakfast that the boy, in the stance, had the bones of a black, and that Phineas was, on the whole, pleased. Sirius, who had a complicated relationship with his ancestor, said, "You know, Phineas, I don't know whether to be proud or to take that personally." Both, Sirius. Both. It was the longest piece of conversation Sirius had had with Phineas Nigellus in his life. He grumbled afterwards. He did not, however, take the portrait down. Harry, by Phineas Nigellus's careful private estimation, was a Potter on top and a black underneath, and it was the underneath that would, in the long count of years, save the boy on the day his life required saving. Phineas did not say this out loud. He thought it. He filed it. He was, after all, a black, and blacks file. The 3rd season was spring. In March, Madame Bones was photographed, at the Wisengamot seasonal opening, sitting in the high seat that had been Dumbledore's. She had been, by quiet vote of the chamber on the morning of the 11th of March, elected the new chief warlock. She had not, in any way, sought the position. She had not, at any point, declined it. She had, by her own private calculation, decided that a chamber that had been led for 40 years by one man with a particular shape of vision was due for a different leader, with a different shape of vision, and she had judged that, in the absence of any other candidate the chamber could agree on, she might as well do it herself. The photograph in the Prophet was not flattering. Bones looked, in the photograph, like a woman who had not slept well in a long time and who did not much like the chair she was sitting in. The article, beside the photograph, was complimentary. Britain's first witch chief warlock, the Prophet noted. The first non-pureblood chief warlock since the 18th century. The first chief warlock with prior service in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Bones cut the article out. She put it in a drawer. She did not show it to her niece. Susan, who was 9, found it anyway, by going into the drawer 6 weeks later when she had been told she could not have a third biscuit. Susan kept the article. Susan, at some later date, would frame it, and put it on the wall of her own office, in a building that she had not yet been born to imagine she would one day work in. In April, Bones sent Sharptooth a private letter. The letter said, in part, I have, on review of the materials in my safe, identified 4 further matters from the late Chief Warlock's correspondence that warrant Goblin attention. I have attached a summary. I would be obliged if you would advise on the appropriate route forward. With personal regards, A.B. Sharptooth wrote back. Sharptooth and Bones, by midsummer, had together unwound, with quiet efficiency, 3 smaller cases that had not been part of the original Wisengamot proceeding but had been, by their nature, downstream of it. One of them concerned a ledger entry on a small property in Scotland. 2 of them concerned arrangements made with bodies overseas. None of them, by Bones's polite request, were reported in the Prophet. The wizarding world, as the spring went on, returned to a kind of ordinary that it had not had in a long time. By midsummer, the question of who Harry Potter was, in the public mind, had shifted. He was no longer the boy who lived. He was no longer, by the magic of the popular press, the icon. He was, in the new ordinary, simply a child. He was, the Prophet wrote in a small profile that ran in May, a small green-eyed boy with dark hair, growing up in a city house with his godfather and a family of chosen people, and he was learning to read, and to make small lights with his wand, and to play chess, and to keep a poinsettia alive past its season, and, in the careful old goblin language used by his account manager, to be himself. This was what the Goblin Nation had wanted, in the end. It was, perhaps, not what Albus Dumbledore would have wanted. It was, by the long calm measure of the people who were now raising the boy, what the boy himself wanted, and that was, by their reckoning, the only measure that ultimately mattered. The 4th season was summer. In June, Lupin came to live, by his own quiet election, in the basement flat at number 12 Ravens Gate. He had been, since the Wisengamot session, in courier service for the Goblin Nation. The work had suited him. He was a man of careful steps and deep secrets and quiet patience, and he had, by all reports, been the best courier the goblins had hired in a generation. The pay was small. The hours were long. He had, however, a job he liked, for the first time since his school years, and he had, with the job, a small slow rebuilding of a self he had thought lost. In June, Sirius offered him the basement flat. Mooney, it's empty. Padfoot, I cannot afford, Mooney. The rent is 1 cup of tea a day, made by you, brought by you, and drunk by both of us in the kitchen. That is the rent. It is non-negotiable. I have, mate, the entire former Black family fortune, which I did not until last year know I had inherited, and I do not, in any of my long years, intend to live in a house larger than I need with rooms standing empty when an old friend has nowhere to come to in the evenings. Padfoot. Move in. Lupin moved in. He came, in a small tweed coat with frayed cuffs, with 1 suitcase. He set the suitcase down in the basement flat. He sat on the small bed. He put his head in his hands. He stayed there for 15 minutes. When he came up the basement stairs, Harry was at the top, with a cup of tea on a small tray. Mooney. Hello, pup. Padfoot says I have to bring you tea on your first day. He says it is the rule of the house. It is, in fact, the rule of the house, pup. Then drink it. He drank it. Harry sat with him on the kitchen step. They drank tea together. Lupin, whose hands had, before the move, been thin and cold, slowly grew warmer in the kitchen, the way a small animal grows warmer in a sunny patch. He did not weep. He did not, by his particular nature, weep often. He did, however, at the end of the cup of tea, set the cup down and look at his godson's son with the full quiet attention of his old wolfish heart. "Pup. Yes. I knew your father better than almost anyone alive. I knew your mother. They would be, I know," Harry said. He did not, in his small steady wisdom, make the man finish the sentence. He took the empty cup and stood and went to the kitchen sink and washed it. Lupin watched him. He smiled. The smile was the first real smile of his year. The 5th season was high summer. On the morning of the 31st of July, on Harry's 7th birthday, the goblins of the Iron Vein clan came to the house in formal procession. Sharptooth led them. Crookfong was second. Graybar carried the small black token that had been turned, twice, on the morning of Graybar's first arrival in the back garden of Privet Drive, 2 years earlier. Tarn, the senior destroyer, walked at the rear, in formal court livery of black and silver. They came to honor a small custom of theirs. They had not, in the recorded history of the Iron Vein clan, performed the custom for a wizard. The custom was a marking of the heir. It was, in goblin tradition, performed on the 7th birthday of the senior heir of an allied family, in recognition of the heir's having lived through the years of his early childhood and entered the years of his apprenticeship. It was a private ceremony. It involved a single drop of the heir's blood, a single drop of goblin blood, and the marking, on a small ceremonial slate, of a single rune that would be kept, in the heir's account file, until the heir's death. The rune meant, by old translation, "This one is ours." Harry, in the front parlor, with Sirius and Andromeda and Lupin and Tonks and Miffy and Creature all present, Creature had, over the year, become a member of the household, and a quiet friend to Miffy, and a more or less reformed Grouch, held out his small thumb. Sharptooth pricked it, with the same kind of bone needle he had used 2 years before. Sharptooth pricked his own thumb. He had aged, in the 2 years, more visibly than goblin tradition had thought he would. He did not, however, on this morning, look frail. He looked, rather, the way a tree in late autumn looks just before the leaves go, a little bare, but very deep. He marked the slate. He spoke, in goblin, 3 sentences that Harry did not understand. He turned the slate. The rune on the slate glowed, very briefly, very cleanly, very gold. "This one," Sharptooth said, in English, for the assembled company, "is ours." The room was quiet for a long moment. Harry, whose small face had been studying the slate, looked up at Sharptooth. "I have, Sharptooth, a question." "Yes." Does it mean I am a goblin now?" Sharptooth's mouth did the not quite smile, and this time it was nearly a whole smile, and it was a goblin's smile, which is a thing not many wizards have seen. "No, Herr Potter. It means we are yours, and you are ours, by an old kind of friendship that is not a citizenship. You remain a Potter. You remain a wizard. You remain, as your mother before you was, a person of Britain. We mark, by this rune, that your account, in Gringotts and in the wider Goblin Nation, will be defended, for the rest of your life, by the iron and the ink of the Iron Vein clan, and that you will be, in our courts and in our markets, treated as a friend of the people. It is not a small thing. It is not a citizenship. It is a friendship." "All right," Harry said. "Thank you, Sharptooth." "You are welcome, Herr Potter." Sharptooth bowed. The bow was deep. The bow was the goblin bow that had been given, in his own clan's history, perhaps 4 other times. Harry did not know, at 7, the rarity of the bow. He understood, however, in his small clean way, that the bow was a thing that mattered. He returned it. He bowed in the same shape, as well as a small boy could imitate a goblin bow. Sharptooth, watching, made the small private goblin sound that meant, in his clan, that an old man was, today, particularly content. The room ate cake afterward. The cake had been made by Miffy and Creature, working together for the first time in their old lives, and it was a very good cake. There had been an argument, in the kitchen the day before, about whether the cake was to have icing or not. Miffy had been pro-icing. Creature had been anti-icing on the grounds that icing was a Muggle affectation, which Sirius, on hearing this from the doorway, had laughed at for a good 10 minutes. The compromise that had been reached was a cake with icing on the top half only. Harry, when he saw it, had laughed for the same 10 minutes. He had eaten his slice, by long-considered judgment, with the icing half facing up, but had taken a small portion of the uniced side onto his fork in respect of Creature's tradition. Creature had observed this and had, in his small private way, decided that the boy had, in fact, the right manners. Miffy had not minded. Miffy had been busy beaming. On the evening of the 31st of July, after the goblins had gone home and the cake had been eaten and the games had been played and the small household had finished the day, Harry went out alone into the small enclosed garden behind number 12 Ravensgate. The garden, by then, had been his garden for nearly a year. He had, in that year, learned every flagstone. He had learned where the snails were. He had learned where the small apple tree at the back wall had been planted by his great-grandmother. He had learned, by careful trial, which of the plums to pick first in late summer, and which to leave for the garden's resident bumblebee. He had, by the steady patience of his year, become a person to whom the garden was, in the deep clean sense the word ever has, home. The evening was warm. The sky was the long pale blue of high summer in London just before the dark. The plum tree, at the wall, had the first of its summer's plums hanging heavy on the lower branches. A single late thrush was singing on the roof of the small garden shed. Harry walked, in his small sandals, to the center of the garden. He sat on a flagstone for a long minute. He breathed. He listened to the thrush. He stood, after the minute, and took his wand out of his small belt pouch. The wand, which he had carried every day since Ollivander's making, had become an extension of his small steady arm. He lifted it. He thought, very calmly, about a single old word he had been working on for the last week. The word was a word for a small flame, and the flame was the kind of flame that would not, by its nature, burn the hand that held it. He lifted his other hand, palm up. He thought the word. A flame bloomed an inch above his palm. It was not big. It was the size of an apricot. It was the color of the late summer sky, with a single bright thread of gold near its base. It did not flicker. It did not heat his palm. It did not, by its nature, want to burn anything. Harry held it. He held it for the count of 10 breaths. The flame did not flicker. He held it for the count of 50 breaths. The flame did not flicker. Sirius, on the porch behind him, with a cup of tea in his hand and one shoulder against the doorframe, watched. He did not interrupt. He did not call out. He stood, with his old shaggy face quiet, with his eyes on the small steady flame, and he did not speak. After some time, he lifted his cup. He drank. He set the cup down on the porch rail. He did not move. Harry, in the garden, held the flame. He thought, while he held it, about a great many things. He thought about the cupboard at Privet Drive. He thought about the rose bushes, and the small heavy man in slate gray with the silver thread at the seams. He thought about the warm stone basin and the impossible window and the kitchen with a singing red-haired woman and a small white light over a high chair. He thought about a thin pale healer with white eyes. He thought about the iron coin and the spinning silver instrument and the fall on the mat and the great shaggy black dog walking in a slow careful circle around the long wooden table. He thought about a small jar of tears and a primer with a green ink correction on page 14 and a goblin bow given for the 4th or 5th time in a clan's history. He thought about a snowflake that did not melt and a poinsettia that did not fade. He thought about a cake with icing on the top half only. He thought about the men and women who had eaten his magic and the men and women who had given him theirs. He thought about the flame. He thought, finally, of a thing Sharptooth had said to him in the small warm room with the impossible window 2 years before. Sharptooth had said, "Then we begin tonight." The flame in Harry's palm burned steady. It was, by every measure that mattered, his. It was the first piece of magic he had ever made that no one could take. It was, in the long secret reckoning of his small careful heart, the answer to every thread that had been pulled from him in the dark. He held the flame. The flame held. After a while, he lowered his hand. The flame, at his command, lifted up, slowly, into the air above the garden. It hung there, 6 feet over his head, the size of a small lantern. It stayed. A small wind came across the garden wall. The flame did not move with the wind. It stayed, the way the flower at Godric's Hollow had stayed, the way the poinsettia on the kitchen windowsill stayed, the way the things that had been given to Harry by Harry stayed, by the small steady will of the boy who had asked them to. Sirius, on the porch, watched the flame for a long time. He did not speak. He did not need to. After some time, Harry walked back to the porch. He sat on the low step beside Sirius's chair. The flame, above the garden, continued to burn, without flickering. Padfoot. "Yes, pup. Will you sit with me for a while?" "For as long as you like, pup. I want to look at it for a while." "All right." They sat. They looked at the flame. The thrush on the shed roof finished his song and flew off to wherever thrushes go in late summer evenings. The plum tree, at the wall, dropped a single ripe plum onto the grass with a soft thump. Miffy, in the kitchen, started a kettle, because Miffy could see, from the kitchen window, that there were 2 of her household on the porch, and that they were not going to come in for a while, and a kettle, for 2 people on a porch in late summer, was the right thing to start. Andromeda, in the parlor, looked up from her book, and saw, through the window, the flame above the garden, and the boy and his godfather on the porch, and she set her book down very gently, and she watched, and she did not look away for a long time. Lupin, in the basement, with his window open, smelled the night air, and felt the magic in it that he, by his particular nature, could feel even when no one else could, and knew without seeing what was happening in the garden, and lay back on his small bed and closed his eyes and smiled, and his hands, on his thin chest, were warmer than they had been in many years. Tonks, who had stayed for the birthday and was upstairs in the spare room, looked out of her window with her hair the color of the late summer sky, and said, very small, to herself, "Bloody hell, the pup is going to be all right," and got into bed and was asleep within 5 minutes, with a small smile on her face that she did not, in the morning, remember the cause of. Creature, in the small room off the kitchen, was sitting on his bed with his old hands folded in his lap and his eyes closed, and was, by his own quiet practice, repeating, 3 times, an old elf prayer for the long protection of children. He had been, since the destruction of the locket, doing this every night. The flame above the garden burned. It burned through the night. It was still there in the morning. Miffy, in the morning, brought out a small teacup, and held it under the flame for a moment, and the flame, at her quiet request, slid into the cup and sat there, contentedly, like a guest accepting tea. Miffy carried the cup into the kitchen. She set it on the windowsill beside the poinsettia. It is, in a quiet sense, still there. The boy who had made it grew up. He went to Hogwarts, in due course, with his 11.5-inch wand and his mother's primer and his father's cloak and his godfather's letters and his small steady will. He did, in his time, many things. He had a long life. He had children of his own. He had grandchildren, in time, and great-grandchildren, in further time. He kept the flame. The flame, by the small steady will of the boy who had made it, never went out. And in the kitchen at number 12 Raven's Gate, beside the poinsettia, on the windowsill that overlooks the small garden where, on a summer evening in 1987, a 7-year-old wizard with very ordinary green eyes lit the first piece of magic he had ever made that no one could take, the small flame still burns, steady, and gold at the base, and the color of the late summer sky. A footnote, of a sort, on the year that followed. In the late autumn of 1987, 3 months after the flame, Harry was invited, by Sharptooth's small careful arrangement, to attend an open session of the Hammer Court of the Goblin Nation. He attended, with Sirius beside him in the gallery and Andromeda 1 row behind. The session was a procedural one. The matter at issue was an old land claim in the north, between 2 human families and a goblin clan. Harry sat for 3 hours and watched the proceedings. He understood perhaps 1/3 of what was said. He watched the rest carefully anyway. Sharptooth had said, before they came, that watching was, in itself, an education, and that not understanding everything was the right place to start. When the session ended, Sharptooth came to the gallery. "Heir Potter." "Sharptooth. What did you observe?" Harry thought about it for a long minute. "They," he said, indicating the human family on the left, "wanted the river. They thought no one would notice if they took the riverbed too. They were not lying. They believed it. The goblin elder on the bench saw it. He did not say so. He let their lawyer talk himself into a corner. Then he asked one question that pinned the lawyer to the corner. The lawyer answered. The goblin elder did not need to do anything else. He let the lawyer's answer sit on the table for a minute. Then he ruled. Sharptooth did the not quite smile. Yes. Could the goblin elder have done it faster? Yes. Why didn't he? Heir Potter. Why do you think? Harry thought. Because the lawyer, he said, slowly, had to hear his own answer come out of his own mouth. So that when the ruling went against him, he would not, on the way home, be able to lie to himself about why. The goblin elder did not just want to win. He wanted the man to know. Sharptooth bowed. It was a deeper bow than the one in the parlor in July. It was the bow of a teacher who had asked his apprentice a question and had received the right answer. He straightened. Heir Potter. Yes. You will, in some long from now year, sit on a bench like that. You will rule, by the small careful judgment of your private heart, a great many matters that come before you. You will, in those rulings, do, sometimes, the harder of 2 things. You will, in those rulings, want, often, to do the easier. You will, by the discipline of your friends and your own daily practice, do the harder, anyway. You will be, in the long count of your life, what your mother was, and your father was, and your godfather has, in pieces, become again, and what I have, in my late old age, the small careful pleasure of helping you become. Harry, in the gallery of the Hammer Court, was quiet for a long moment. Sharptooth. Yes. Will you be at my Hogwarts sorting? I will, Heir Potter. In the gallery. In the gallery. Will you bring Sirius? I will. Will you bring Andromeda? I will. Will you bring Tonks? She will be old by then. She will be done with Hogwarts. She would still want to come. I will bring Tonks. Will you bring Lupin? He will be tired. He has the moon. But he would still want to come. I will bring Lupin. Will you bring Miffy? Goblin tradition does not, Heir Potter, bring house elves into the gallery of foreign sortings. Goblin tradition can be made an exception of, where the elf is family. I will bring Miffy. Will you bring Creature? A pause. I will bring Creature. Will you bring my mother's primer? A longer pause. That, Heir Potter, you will bring yourself. All right. He nodded. He took Sharptooth's old goblin hand, very briefly, in his small steady wizard's hand, and held it for the count of 1 breath, and let it go. They left the chamber. They went home. In the spring of 1988, Sirius was photographed, by accident, in Diagon Alley, walking with his godson on his shoulders. The photograph ran in a small private wizarding magazine that Sirius, on seeing the issue at the kitchen table, said he was going to subscribe to forever. The boy on his shoulders, in the photograph, was small and dark-haired and laughing, with his small hands pressed flat on the top of his godfather's head, and Sirius, in the photograph, was a man whose long thin face had, since a year and a half before, finally found the smile it had once worn at Hogwarts. The photograph was, on its own, unremarkable. It became, in the years that followed, an unintentional symbol of the new ordinary the wizarding world had moved into. It was the kind of symbol the wizarding world had not, in many decades, been comfortable with, because the wizarding world had been used to symbols of war and of victory and of grief. The new symbol was a tall thin man in a worn coat carrying a laughing boy on his shoulders down a sunlit cobbled street, and the new symbol was, by the readers of the small private wizarding magazine, looked at again, and looked at again, and tucked into wallets, and carried, and shared, and the small private magazine, which had not in its history sold more than 3,000 copies of an issue, sold 37,000 of that one. The publisher of the magazine sent the proceeds, by a small private arrangement with Sharptooth, to the Goblin Nation's Children's Healing Fund. Sharptooth, on receiving the parchment, said simply, "Good." He used the funds, over the next decade, to seed a small new clinic of magical pediatrics that operated, free of charge, for children who had been bound, blocked, or otherwise interfered with by adult wizards in unauthorized ways. The clinic was named, by Sharptooth's quiet design, the Lily Clinic, after a witch who had, by Sharptooth's particular reckoning, been the first person in the boy's life to teach him that magic was something a person was meant to keep. By the year of Harry's Hogwarts letter, the clinic had treated 78 children. By the year of Harry's graduation, 304. By the year Harry sat on a bench of his own, in a court that had been his parents' and his godfather's, the clinic had treated several thousand. The clinic's patients came, over the years, from many families, from many backgrounds, from many countries. They came because the clinic was good and free. They came because the boy who had inspired the clinic had grown up and become, by the long careful work of his life, a public man whose name was, in the wizarding world, used to mean a great many things, but which most often was used to mean, "This is what we are doing now, in this country, with our children." This. Not the other thing. He never spoke about the clinic in public. He did not, on his bench, accept honors connected with it. He gave, every year, a quiet sum to its operating fund, and he visited, every year, on the anniversary of its founding, in the early evening, with a small bouquet of plums from his garden, and he sat, in the lobby, on a low bench, and read to whichever children were awake, until they slept. He read, by careful tradition, from a small leather-bound book whose cover had been worn very faint by many small hands. The book had a green ink correction on page 14. The children loved the correction. They asked, every year, who had made it. He told them, every year, in a voice that did not waver, "My mother." But these are later years. This is the first. On the evening of the 31st of July, 1987, in the small enclosed garden behind number 12 Ravens Gate, on the 7th birthday of Harry James Potter, the boy lit a flame in his palm. The flame, at his quiet request, lifted up into the air over the garden and stayed there, the size of a small lantern, the color of the late summer sky, with a single bright thread of gold near its base. It burned, through the night. It was still there in the morning. It is, in a quiet sense, still there. Sirius watched it from the porch, with a cup of tea on the rail. He did not speak. He did not need to. The boy, on the low step beside his godfather's chair, leaned his small head against his godfather's bony arm, and closed his eyes for a moment, and then opened them again, and looked up at the flame. Pat foot. Yes, pup. It's mine. It is, pup. It is yours. Nobody can take it. Nobody can take it, pup. Not now. Not ever. By every measure that matters, the things you make, from this day forward, are yours. Harry breathed out, slowly. He breathed in. The night air smelled of plum and clover and the faint warm smell of the small magical flame. He held his small hand up, palm out, and the flame, 6 feet over his head, dipped a little, in acknowledgement, and rose again, and stayed. He smiled. It was a small smile. It was not the smile he would, in later years, become known for. It was the first true private smile of his life. It was the smile of a boy who had, by the long careful work of 2 years and many people, become, in the small steady reckoning of his own private heart, a person who was his own. He sat on the porch step. He held his godfather's hand. He watched his flame burn. The night, around them, settled into its slow summer quiet. The thrush on the garden shed had finished his song. The plum tree at the wall had dropped its second ripe plum of the evening. Inside, in the kitchen, a kettle was beginning, very gently, to sing. Beyond the wall of the garden, in the wider streets of London, the lamps were coming on, one by one. The Muggle world, on its side of the wall, knew nothing of any of this. The Muggle world was, in its own way, going about its evening, walking dogs, finishing dinners, beginning bedtime stories, closing curtains, settling. The Wizarding world, on its side of the wall, was doing something similar. Owls were flying home. Wands were being set down for the night. Houses were warming. In a small secured wing of the Ministry Hospital, a chair by a window stood empty. The elm tree outside the window was, by midsummer, in its full green. The window was open. The breeze through the window carried in, very faintly, the smell of fresh-cut grass and a child's laughter from the courtyard below, where a junior Auror was, by happy accident, walking his small son to the bus stop. The chair, in the empty room, was, by every measure that mattered, only a chair. In a stone fortress on a small island in the North Sea, the cells held the people they were supposed to hold. They held no people they were not supposed to hold. The matter that had once been written in the fortress's ledger as Black, Sirius Orion, cell 47B was, in the new ledger, written as Pettigrew, Peter, cell 47B, and the small soft man in 47B was, by the report of his guards, a quiet inmate, who did not, in his cell, make trouble, and who slept, badly, every night. In the small enclosed garden behind number 12 Raven's Gate, a 7-year-old boy with very ordinary green eyes sat on the porch step and watched his flame burn. The flame burned steady. The flame held. By every measure that mattered, the boy was home. By every measure that mattered, the world, in its small slow way, was, on this summer evening, a little better than it had been at the same hour 2 years before. By every measure that mattered, the man who had, for over a decade, been siphoning Potter magic from a child in a cupboard had, at last, been answered by the very magic he had stolen, returned at full strength to the hand it had always belonged in, and shaped, by the small steady will of that hand, into a single quiet flame, that did not flicker, that did not heat, that did not burn anything but darkness, and that, by the long careful design of the boy who had made it, would never go out. Sirius, on the porch, drank his tea. The boy, on the step, watched his flame. The flame burned. Chapter 7 End.